Sí, es un poco confuso.
¿Cómo se hace para que entre la mía ya? Ahora.
Es que
¿Atrás?
la confusión que yo tuve es con el retroceder.
Sí,
metí la pata ayer.
Sí, yo voy a meter la pata varias veces.
Y este es un puntero, pero es un puntero
Sí,
como
sí.
Pero no se ve
virtual,
mucho. Ah, vale.
Está muy bien.
Bueno. Funciona muy bien, pero hay que entender cómo funciona, porque además, claro, no apuntas para allá. Y si te falla, o sea, si no te responde bien, apunta para allá. Porque claro, es como que intuitivo es apuntar para allá, pero el ordenador...
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I think we should start. I don't have a clock, but hold on a second. Let me get the clock. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome again to CSIC, Spanish Research Council. I don't know if you recognize this picture or you have seen the TV show Money Heist, but this is the building where Money Heist was recorded, actually. They said it was the money building where they make money, but it's not. It's where we make science, right? So when I give a talk to the high school kids, I always tell them, watch it. TV shows lie, you know? So in this case, welcome to the House of Science. My name is Isabel Diaz. I am the Deputy Vice President for International Cooperation. Yesterday, Javier Moreno, the first Vice President, welcomed you at CSIC. So today is me welcoming you. And why is it me? Because under my duties is coordinating and handling research infrastructures. So my intention in 5 minutes, because I don't want to take time from the ESFRI chair, since we have a CSIC ESFRI chair, or a Spanish ESFRI chair for the first time, I don't want to take time from him, because I'm sure you all are looking forward to listening to him rather than me. So simply just 5 minutes to tell you what is CSIC. We are a research performing organization under the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities. I doubted this morning at 5 o'clock when I prepared the presentation, I doubted whether to include the budget or not. But it is relevant, one information from our budget. Half of our budget comes from the government to pay the bills, and half of the budget comes from competitive calls. So it is you, researchers, who make our research performing organization work. If you don't succeed in getting funds, we break, we fall apart. So that's why our vice presidency works hard in promoting funding, finding calls so our researchers can go and get funds. Well, my boss said yesterday 15,000 people, but according to my numbers, we have 14,000 people. It is difficult to manage 14,000 people, and it's difficult to create community among 15,000 people, but we're working on it. And we really have strategies to do so. We have 124 research institutes. Javier said yesterday the only things we don't do is law and psychology, but I say we are lawyers and counselors ourselves. So handling 124 research institutes from all topics of science is not an easy task. And doing it in a democratic way, that we don't, support one versus against another, or with no favorite topic, right? And our strategic plan, I guess like all of your institution's strategic plans, says that we have to be better, we have to show ourselves more, and we have to be everywhere, basically. The good thing in Spain is that, yesterday there was a lot of talking about the pandemic, the horrible things that COVID did to all of us, but there is one good thing that COVID did for CSIC, and it's putting us in the society. We were in TV all the time because of the vaccines, because of the studies, because of science was proven to be the way out of the pandemic. So we gained a lot, and those horrible times, and now we are working on consolidating our image towards the society, because after all, we are government employees, we deserve ourselves to them. Yeah? So the way we organize ourselves within the institution to make ourselves more interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary is through thematic interdisciplinary platforms or hubs. These two structures are quite recent, and they are quite flexible, and the aim is to tackle problems, one particular problem, through many angles. So including even a private sector, right? And I show this slide because it's one of our objectives for the research infrastructures to integrate, to penetrate in these thematic platforms or the hubs with the research infrastructures. We strongly believe that these are the ecosystems where we have to advertise research infrastructures. And we participate currently in 26 ESFRI or ESFRI-related research infrastructures. They are divided there by topic, by area. And I mean, you all know EOSC. The pointer is not very friendly. EOSC, European Open Science Cloud. We are mandated organization for Spain. And well, you know, EOSC is one of those top-bottom infrastructures, which is not easy for us as an institution to handle because it's difficult to mobilize the community and awake them to and be aware of their resources. And as I heard yesterday from my colleague Isabel Bernal, it is even more difficult to convince you guys, researchers, to put your results, your data in our repositories so we can build up the structure for EOSC. So join me in joining the open access platforms, please. Anyhow, E-Rihs has always been our flagship. I mean, every time we do a research infrastructure event, we call Emilio Cano to come and tell the success story. This is the way it works, because E-Rihs has a beautiful story, and I heard yesterday the story, and again, I enjoyed it, and I strongly believe that we'll continue calling Emilio Cano to tell us the story. It's kind of inspirational, and it's a proof of how it is possible to co-create and to build truly interdisciplinary infrastructure. We also have national infrastructures, and we are working on connecting both of them. I mean, arranging national nodes through platforms or through national single infrastructures, because after all, we all will need funds to survive, right? So we need to find strategies to channel our research infrastructures to get funds, as simple as that. We're very proud of our Digital CSIC repository. Actually, Digital CSIC is part of E-Rihs because it hosts all your data that you produce. I know there is still a way forward in E-Rihs for the data, but we are there to help. And not only this infrastructure, we also work on EPOS, which is another very solid, beautiful story for us, for CSIC, and we appreciate the efforts of our colleagues at Digital CSIC. This is our Vice Presidency, International Affairs. We are here, I'm a deputy on the left, and I point that red arrow because we are currently creating, my objective for this year is to create an office for research infrastructure. We call grandes infraestructuras is large infrastructures. Why and what for? Well, the idea is to revise our strategic plan, because the strategic plan has been in a drawer for quite some time. And now we have to revise that plan, see where we are not, and where we shouldn't be, right? And for that, we have a working group, we have an advisory board, and now we're trying to integrate the platforms and the connections. We also want to work on and make a more more coherent and cohesive research infrastructure atmosphere. We are planning on a big event in November, so all our 26 research infrastructure gather together and learn from each other. And I must say that, again, E-Rihs is a good example, and to us is something to look up to, because we are using the CNR, I can't say, CNR, Yesterday I was trying to say it in Italian, but I just cannot say it. CNR, CNR, thank you very much. Because CNR has a very solid research infrastructure strategy. We work together in the G6, and we're really looking forward to working closely together with CNR in research infrastructure. We also want to stress and enhance our impact and return. We have to work on promoting calls devoted to research infrastructures. And of course, we believe that research infrastructures are a channel for internationalization. Europe is definitely trying to look into Africa, Latin America, Asia, to make it more international. So we're following that path. We believe that you are a vector for internationalization for us, and that's why today we're going to hear about the EU-LAC Latin American collaboration. So in my particular agenda, I handle collaboration with the Global South, and in that regard, we are strongly working on connecting with Africa and Latin America. Why? Because we are very successful. This is a little bit of a show-off. I know we don't have to, say how good we are. We have to say what are our problems. But I already told you what are our problems. So let me just show off a little bit. We are #1 in collaborative funds from Horizon Europe with the Global South. So we are the natural channel to collaborate with South America, but we are also very strong with Africa and other low-income countries in Asia. So we're trying to analyze what did we do good, and extrapolate into research infrastructure. We have our own modest calls. I mean, we are not a funding agency. We are a performing organization. We can only launch calls that enhance mobility of researchers. So we have our small call. There is one called Infra. Where is it? Here, the black one. Oh, sorry. Sorry. There you go. Here, the infra. Now we have 4 calls a year to support research infrastructure for them to become solid and international. E-Rihs has 1, actually. Last year. We are in the 2nd year. And we are working on planning a different, of course, more funds. It's always about funds. So, of course, more funds, but designing a call that ensures a long-term establishment, because ESFRI roadmap is a long journey. So we don't want to just support 2 years and then leave you alone. We're working on a call that helps us through the process. We have experience in doing agreements with anywhere, anybody in the world. We have our legal department, we are lawyers, and we are open and ready to work with anywhere or anybody in the world. And with that, I leave the floor here to José Luis, and I thank you all for being here so early in the morning.
Okay, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. Actually, I will give you a more thing. It's the first time I'm here in this kind. I belong to this institution for the last 30, 45, 40 years, I would say. But just by chance, it's the first time I really occupy this position now. So I'm very glad, and I thanks very much the organizer, the Vice President of the International Affairs of the CSIC, to the invitation and to the possibility to make here a small presentation. So, my name is José Luis Martínez, you say, and for the next 2 years, I will chair the ESFRI. So what is the ESFRI? Well, ESFRI is nothing. It's really a totally informal body, not really regulated, not really. We are not a committee, or official committee of the European Union under one of the, what is called, the international, or the European treaty. Usually the things are Article 142, that present. No, ESFRI is totally outside the box, honestly. And maybe this is the reason of a little success of ESFRI in the last 22 years. ESFRI is an informal body in the sense that it's not really coming from one article of the European Treaty. It's a meeting, it's a meeting of the member state and associate countries of Europe, and the real aim, the real goal of E-Rihs is try to, Europe has the best and the highest quality, the excellent research infrastructure, and implement the research infrastructure. This is really the aim of the E-Rihs, and in order to do that, the forum is a strategic forum where member states and associated countries meet together and discuss, and I will say because of the very solid methodology that E-Rihs has established in the last 22 years, and also I will say because probably that the members of the E-Rihs are really members. They are, well, I can explain later, but actually there are 2 delegates per country in E-Rihs, also could be two experts, but this member, at least one, belongs to the different ministry or financial agencies in Europe, and these people are really the main mentor and the main lobbyists inside their own ministry that in order to make that the different countries join the different research infrastructure. Because there are many projects of new research infrastructure, but the important one is that these research infrastructure are finally implemented and constructed. So E-Rihs, I said before, has a very well-defined methodology in the sense that we cover all the way of the lifetime of the research infrastructure, from the concept to the implementation, from the construction, operation, and finally dismantlement also. And E-Rihs try to cover all this area, but mostly really until the first part. So E-Rihs is not involved at all in the direct organization and the direct management of the research infrastructure at all. It's only working in the first part. So try to make an agreement between the different member states and associated countries to construct, to finally decide, yes, we go ahead with this research infrastructure. The Commission is also there in E-Rihs, but the Commission is not really financing the research infrastructure itself. It's financing the beginning part, usually by the definition of the concept status and so on, with different infra-dev calls. Then they are really very important. But I would say in the global picture, the member state associated country cover, I would say maybe 95, 97% of the cost of the research infrastructure, and European Union Commission maybe between 1 or 3%. But nevertheless, not forget that the 1 to 3%, I'm not a chemist, but the chemists know very well that the catalyzer, which is very small, or lubricant, if we go about metal, are really very important. They are maybe very small, but they are really the impact is tremendous of this small amount of money. And it's very welcome and it's very important. So I already said most of the things is written here, though really is a strategic policy advisor for the member state and the Commission. It's an informal one, and really our aim at the end of the day is the maximum number of research infrastructure are really implemented. So how we do that? I said before, for 2 reasons mostly, is we have a very good methodology and we have very good people, I would say, that in every people in the ministry that later are really the good mentor or lobbyist in order to defend the large research infrastructure. But in the practical way, we do 3, we have in the core business in our group, we have 3 things that we do continuously. Continuously, that mean, with some periodicity. And these 3 things, I think is very important and has impact to your proposition of research infrastructure here today. One is we do the landscape analysis. The landscape analysis, we try to identify in the different research domain, and also the multidisciplinary one, how is really their strength and the gaps in Europe, and we compare with the rest of the world. So what is going on in America, what is going on in the Pacific Rim, and where we are strong, and where we are missing things, and where we can also collaborate with different ones. And this exercise is not easy, it's very lengthy, and now we try to do with some periodicity. Now the periodicity we consider adequate is something like 5 years. So actually, we are just finishing one landscape analysis, and that I can tell you that it's almost ready. We are in the final discussion, you know, in this kind of things. One comma here is very important, different from the other, so these discussions are really lengthy. But we expect to present the landscape analysis the first week of June during the presidency of Belgium. and that will be an event devoted to the presentation of the Landscape Analysis 2024. The second important part is the monitoring, and I will explain a little later because in my understanding, I thought that maybe this is interesting for you in the sense that you are preparing one ERIC, and that could have impact for you. So the monitoring of research infrastructure performing is that in the languages of E-Rihs, we have projects. So it's project that has been selected during a methodology that we'll explain a little later, and is really in the so-called roadmap of research infrastructure for Europe. We do that every 4 years also, 4 or 5 years, and they are projects in the process to be implemented in the definition of E-Rihs. The definition of implementation is one research infrastructure project is implemented when a legal body is already there, is created, the legal body has different partners, and this partner really sign and contribute with a percentage of the total budget that will be either for the construction, either for the construction and operation. Once you have the legal body created, once you have all the members of this legal body signed the commitment of the financial support in the long term, this is implemented. After that, depending on the research infrastructure, because I forgot that the research infrastructure is a very rich phenomenology, it's an ecology system. We have single site, it's very typical in physics science, the typical accelerator in one place, and so on, well, it's in one place. They are also multi-site. Sometimes it's happened, for instance, with the laser. We have a research infrastructure divided between 3 countries, Hungary, Romania, and Czech Republic, and every laser has different characteristics in the sense of the pulse intensity, pulse length, and so on. And we have also the distributed one. Distributed one means that, for instance, the typical case, like EPOS was presented, in different countries we have a network of seismolar, what is called in English? The seismolar, the measure of the earthquake and so on. So that, at the end of the day, goes to the national, let's say, data repository, and after all the data repository are connected, and so there is a superstructure connecting all the different national nodes. This is the distributed one, and maybe this is an example for you that you are ready. But later, also, we have the so-called landmark. Landmark is already research infrastructure has been implemented. Some of them may be in the construction phase, but mostly implemented in operation, and really are really a significant pillar of for Europe because they are doing research, excellent research. And in the first time in the S3 period, we are now in a process about a monitoring, not an evaluation, but a monitoring of the performance of the different landmarks, because some of them clearly, even has been created. Frame is very difficult, you know how difficult it is implementing research infrastructure, but you are done and you are working. But if you want to keep this kind of excellent level and really to be in the border of the possibilities of the technical achievement and the scientific achievement, from time to time, you need also to make upgrades and to be continuous. So we cannot say because one research infrastructure has been already implemented, we forget about that. We have to follow them also because this blend between research infrastructure who are already implemented their landmark, but they need to be following in the process in order from time to time to have upgrade of the performance in order to keep this position. And the new project, this blend is really who makes the research infrastructure a scenario in Europe quite important. So we are in the process to do this research infrastructure monitoring, and I said could be important for you because one part of that, not totally, we don't apply the same method, we apply a different methodology, but very close. You know that when you propose a new research project, like in your case, you have to be in the roadmap 10 years. After 10 years, you are out. So in 10 years, and this project started, your project started in the roadmap of ESFRI in 2016, so 10 years will arrive in 2026, and the new roadmap will be in 2026. We have an internal process, a process with you, that we will evaluate and we ask you how you implement it or not, following some methodology, who is not very far, but not the same, at the monitoring that I will explain a little in a few minutes. So this is why it's important for you, because otherwise, you are out of the project, because we have an internal rule that after 10 years of the project in the roadmap, either you are implemented and you go to the landmark, or either you they are live outside Esri, yeah? No problem. Okay. So this is more or less the same. I will not want to repeat. So, but I say, well, there are different budgets. I don't know the research infrastructure in Europe. That people who think this, we are talking about 25 billions in the American style, so 25,000 million or 50,000 million. But we are around this area. This is the cost of the investment and the operation of the different research infrastructure in Europe. They are inside the ESFRI. I forgot, and I was mentioned before, that ESFRI is dealing with the so-called European, we call European research infrastructure, that one who has a very strong pan-European spirit. After that, there are very important and very necessary and very significant research infrastructure who are nationals, and are perfect, but we don't deal with that. So, for the monitoring. So actually, we do the monitoring because we think it's important, but nevertheless, because we get a mandate from the Competitive Council. So this is the Council of the Ministries in Europe, with it has responsibility in the areas of research, NRD, and we got a mandate from them to propose a common frame for the monitoring of the different research infrastructure in order to evaluate the performance of that and to follow up with the time. And they ask also if we are able to define a common framework who are able to have some key performance indicators that will be useful for the different member states. So the idea, in principle, that we receive the order from the Competitive Council is to do this kind of monitoring. And the key performance indicators is ordered to follow the monitoring. There are no spirit, in principle, to do an evaluation. You know, the different research infrastructure are really very diverse, and I actually, that I will continue later, are very, very diverse, and most of them, or all of them, of course, has its own governance bodies, and most of them, or all of them, has their own advisory committee, in particular scientific advisory committee. So there are no sense that really we try to repeat this work, and taking into account the diversity and the different speciality and the different thematic and also the multidisciplinary will be, let's say, impossible to have only a single body able to do this kind of scientific and technical evaluation of all of them. So we got this mandate from the Competitive Council, and we start to work. And actually, between the, I don't remember if I give you the number, but let's say from the last roadmap, 2021, we have 63 research infrastructure under the umbrella of ESFRI. 44 of them are landmark, and 21 are new projects. And let's say from the 44 landmark, because the monitoring is for the landmark, some of them, honestly, is still under construction, because some of them takes maybe 10 years, the construction, so we cannot really evaluate very much the performance in the sense of operation, because they are not operating. So we concentrate about mostly 30 of these research infrastructure, and the main point I already did, the diversity is it's very difficult to compare, not only from the thematical point of view that it is, but also single-site research infrastructure are really very different in the way of operation than the distributed one. And the key performance indicator has to be very different, because the reality of them is totally different. The second point, that in the beginning, we took some time from 2018, because we negotiate or we discuss very much with the research infrastructure, because we don't want to have something which is imposed bottom-up. Because if something that is imposed, if there has no discussion with the different research infrastructure, if they cannot really execute that, or they consider that this is going against their interests, that will not work. So we spent almost 3 or 4 years with different meetings and consensus approach in order to really try to discuss which kind of, in particular, what kind of key performance indicator was really very useful for them. And one of the things that immediately appeared, they don't want to have numbers in the key performance indicator, or if their number should be narrative together, because otherwise it's really very difficult to understand, because at the end of the day, and I promise this is our aim, is not really to make a ranking, not to make a comparison, a numerical comparison between research infrastructure, because it has no sense. So, and also one of the also elements who was from the beginning, we don't want to impose a heavy workload to the different research infrastructure, try to calculate and to make new kind of key performance indicator. And we would like to have also from the last 10 years that will be really present a heavy overload to them. So we have different discussion with them, and we try to have the criteria that is written here about to be the key performance indicators to be raised. But and I said before, one part of that is finally will be used for the evaluation of the project who really arrived to the 10 years. This is why we like to give the message to you. Okay, we discussed the different type of key performance indicator. We arrived to something like 21, and I repeat myself again that at the end of the day, we don't want number there, we want mostly narrative. And the other point is, even you have all, we propose by consensus between all the research infrastructure, these 21 key performance indicators, doesn't mean that all the research infrastructure has to follow out these 21. So some of them could be completely irrelevant for them, and they don't need to let's say, prepare or respond to this key performance indicator. So at the end of the day, what do we really want to that? We want to help and to really to the landmark to become stronger and to keep this research infrastructure really in the cutting edge of the technology and the excellence of science. So by this key performance indicator, by means of this monitoring, we want to really try to establish exchange of information between ESFRI and landmark. That is also important because I don't want, well, I don't know how you said that in English, but you know, this period of the French Revolution, that's all for the people, but without the people. So at the end of the day, we don't want to go into this kind of approach that we are really ESFRI for the research infrastructure, but of course, we don't want to speak with the research infrastructure. So there is probably this name in English, but in Spanish it's todo por el pueblo, pero sin el pueblo. No. That was not, and actually we try to, in the next 2 years, I will try to really implement and to have much stronger links with the research infrastructure so we can involve it in the ESFRI work. So at the end of the day, putting all together, we also would like to have more collaboration between the research infrastructure. In some areas, there are different 2 or 3 research infrastructure can really, at the end of the day, can really collaborate between them. And maybe it will be possible to have a common working organization or something like that that will be much more efficient for the system and probably will increase the efficiency of the system. So at the end of the day, we concentrate in the 30 research infrastructure were in operation. There are still 14 who are landmark, but they still are in the construction phase. And also a point that I will not develop here, we wanted to also have a special focus about the impact. The impact is very difficult to measure. The impact, I mean the impact, socioeconomic impact, but from socio, I mean, of course, publication and high-level publication, but more than that, also the economical impact, the social, let's say, contribution of the research infrastructure, and this part of the impact assessment is very, very important. And also now, from now, it will apply also for the new project, for the new presentation of a new project, the demand to become a ESFRI project, that will be clearly taken into account very strongly. So this 30, we divided different batches because at the end of the day, it's quite a lengthy process. We have to define the key performance indicator with them. They have to record the data from the last 10 years. They have to put in the repository. They have to make the narrative of the different ones. So, and we have an expert group of, for every batch, and for every single of the 11, 11, and 8 research infrastructure who is going to this monitoring process. So it's a very lengthy, and at the end of the day, we create a final monitoring report that is exchanged with the research infrastructure, with the landmark before to become public. They have to accept that. Accept doesn't mean that, I mean, they, at least from the numerical point of view or from the narrative point of view, the information is correct. And finally, the conclusion belongs to the evaluation group, and finally will be public. So here are the different research landmark who has been evaluated in different groups. So in the second batch, the third batch will be at the end of this year, and the idea is to have finished. The idea of this process is to finish the landmark, the landscape analysis that will be presented in June, to finish the monitoring of the landmark that will be finished at the end of the middle of 2025. In that moment, to call for new project in order to make the new roadmap of Europe 2026. By the way, when I said that we have a time limit of 10 years, that's absolutely true. And at the end of the 10 years, there are three possibilities, I would say. One is you are already implemented, you apply for landmark, will be an evaluation process, and you become landmark directly. Second, you are out of the system because you find another way. Perfect. And the third possibility is, because of the different situation, you reapply for the new roadmap. Something has to be different from the previous one because it has no sense. But actually, that happened with two projects in the last roadmap. Has been 10 years. It's a kilometric array, which is a detector, neutrino detector between Italy, France, and so on. And actually, they realized that the first project was probably was not possible to implement because of different reasons. So they really re-scaled the project, refocused the project, and was a new proposition that was accepted and was inside the roadmap 2021. This is the third possibility. So, well, all the data later will be available. All the report will be public. All the data will be in this we call MOS system, a monitoring system. This monitoring system will be like a database that will be accessed by a link, and you will have all the data of the different research infrastructure there. And I think it's very, very interesting to have. So I will not go to the detail that we have after they implement all the key performance indicators we discussed. Will be hearings. I said will be the first draft that will be in the consensus way with the different research infrastructure. After that, become public. And I think this is all from my side. Sorry if I was too long, but maybe some of the messages may be interesting for you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, José Luis. Thank you very much for this overview of the process. We hope to become a landmark soon, fingers crossed. So, thank you. Our next presentation will be by Vania Vigili. Vania is the E-Rihs IP coordinator, the implementation phase project of our infrastructure. And she will talk about how we have followed this process and how we made this progress towards the E-Rihs and the achievements of the integrating activities which led us to this point. Yesterday we have an overview of them. Vania now will summarize that and explain the current situation. Thank you, Vania.
Thank you. Thank you, Emilio, and thank you also to the previous speakers because they facilitate my role. And I would like to thank Isabel Diaz because according to the presentation you gave, you care a lot about E-Rihs, and also José José Luis Martinez, I would like to reassure you that we are working very hard in order to be able to be listed as a landmark. Also, I would like to say that this morning I'm very excited to give this presentation here at the CSIC in front of all you all, because, you know, it's, as we said before, it's a turning point for E-Rihs. We submitted the Step 2 application in March 2023 for becoming a legal entity and a European Research Infrastructure Consortium and E-Rihs. And what I'm presenting today actually is a revised presentation of what I presented during the interview with the E-Rihs committee for the Step 2 application. And also, as I would like also to acknowledge that E-Rihs is a distributed research infrastructure. So as a distributed research infrastructure, its value comes from the expertise of its national nodes. And as we are here at the CSIC, I would like to acknowledge the strong contributions that over years the Spanish national nodes have contributed to E-Rihs. I would like to mention, of course, Emilio Cano, Marta Castigliero, but also all their teams that have worked over years for E-Rihs E-Rihs 2B. So my presentation today is about the achievements of 20 years of activities. And I would like to say that I feel all the responsibility of this legacy. The legacy, as I said, dates back at the early 2000s with the vision of Antonio Gasgamellotti and Bruno Brunetti, as Costanza Migliani mentioned yesterday, up to the most recent projects led with expertise by Luca Pezzati and also the colleagues of the coordination office. And just yesterday, we celebrated the final project meeting of Iperion HS, one of our last integrating activity project. So I would like to share with you. I know that the majority of you are partners of this long journey, but it is always a pleasure to recall our shared history. And you know that E-Rihs, at the core of E-Rihs, it's heritage science. We know heritage science, it's an interdisciplinary domain that brings together STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and social science and humanities to improve knowledge, conservation, and appreciation of our cultural heritage. I would like to also to recall together with you the vision of E-Rihs. So the vision of E-Rihs look at the future of our cultural heritage and is to preserve the accessibility and the significance of E-Rihs in a culturally diverse and ever-evolving world. The goal is to ensure that present and next generation can benefit from cultural heritage as a source of socioeconomic and environmental sustainability. To do so, as you know, E-Rihs addresses the tangible materials of cultural heritage. But in doing so, what E-Rihs does is to uncover the complex cultural and historical layers embedded within these materials of cultural heritage. Indeed, I would like to say that by gaining a comprehensive understanding of these materials to better interpret the past and preserve it, we can take care not only of the physical condition of cultural heritage, but also its intangible meaning. So, as you know, the mission of E-Rihs is to serve the heritage science community of both scholars and practitioners by providing world-class facilities, access to world-class facilities and expertise, delivering interdisciplinary and intersectoral training, promoting open science and fair principles, enhancing service value through user-providing co-creation, stimulating open innovation in heritage practices, and integrating cutting-edge European facility to form a unique organization that is recognized and plays a significant role in the domain worldwide. Through all these efforts, E-Rihs seeks to increase the impact of heritage science for the benefit of society. As we said, the legacy dates back at the early 2000s. E-Rihs has grown over time, thanks also to the support of the diverse European projects, but also thanks to the support of national governments. And it entered, as it was recalled before, the roadmap in the roadmap ESFRI 2016. The total investment of all these projects, combined also with the national investments, amounts around 54 million euros. And what has happened over all these years? The community has grown and grown in terms of countries, participations, but also members. And all these projects have had an important role in the context of the European research area because they contributed to give an enhanced visibility to heritage science within the European research area, gave a new boost to the European research in heritage sciences operating for the first time a service of access to advanced facilities for heritage scientists, and finally make it possible the establishment of E-Rihs as a permanent European research infrastructure. As I said, the Step 2 application was submitted in March 2023 with 14 countries, with the commitment of 14 countries, and we are collecting right now the so-called confirmation letters. Right now, we have collected 9 confirmation letters. You can see them in my slide. And together with the 14 members, we include also 2 observers, plus ICROM, that is the Intergovernmental Organization for the Conservation and Preservation of Cultural Property, which has expressed its willingness to become a permanent observer when the ERIC will be established. But as you can see, we don't want to stop here. In fact, in the current European-funded project E-Rihs implementation phase, we are pursuing an enlargement policy towards those countries inside and outside Europe that are involved in E-Rihs through specific projects. And then to its international partnership, E-Rihs was recognized in 2015 as a research infrastructure of global interest. I also would like to mention that in the framework of the implementation project, we have set up a dedicated enlargement board for have a structured dialogue with these countries, and we are going to have a workshop, a dedicated workshop in mid-April 2024, with the representatives of all the countries you can see listed in this slide. Of course, Resinfra has contributed a lot to this international organization. I mentioned Antecipa. We will have this afternoon, in the framework of the Committee of National Notes, a presentation of Antesipa that, as was recalled yesterday by Luca, they have a similar structure that was structured actually according to the structure we have in the framework of E-Rihs. A very important aspect of E-Rihs is also the capacity that E-Rihs had to leverage also private investment. As you know, the legal seat of E-Rihs will be in Italy at the premises of Manifattura Tabacchi in Florence, and it's quite an interesting environment because Manifattura Tabacchi is an industrial heritage and is undergoing a fascinating urban regeneration led by culture and creativity. So according to us, it's the best place to have the headquarters of E-Rihs. The additional important thing we have to recall is also that these premises are supported by a private-public partnership with the Bank Foundation of Florence that contributed with 10 million euros for the acquisition and renovation of this 1,000 square meter for hosting the central hub of E-Rihs. But you know what E-Rihs does in practice. E-Rihs gives access to facilities according to a unique access point. According to the math we have done, considering the 14 members who expressed the willingness to become members of the E-Rih, we are going for 30 facilities, providing access to 140 techniques and archives, organized into these 4 physical and virtual platforms of lab. A very peculiar aspect of E-Rihs is that we are listed, in the strategic working group, S3 working group of social science and humanity or social and cultural innovation. But we are the unique research infrastructure that provides both physical access right now, and we are going very soon to provide also digital access. And this is why we define ourselves as a sort of hybrid, in addition to interdisciplinary interdisciplinary research infrastructures. Also, another very peculiar and particular aspect of E-Rihs is this co-creation process. As you know, cultural heritage, each object of cultural heritage is unique, and when we provide access to our users, there is this interaction between user and providers, and from this interaction comes new ideas that brings to new developments and that maintain E-Rihs at the forefront of research in heritage science. I will go very fast about the presentation of the platform, of our 3 operating platforms. ArcLab, that gives access to physical and local digital archives of samples, reference materials, restoration reports. FixLab, access to large-scale facilities, synchrotrons, particle accelerators, neutron laboratories to the study of movable artworks or samples. And last but not least, MoLab, the mobile instruments that are moved to museums, archaeological sites for the study of immovable objects, through in situ non-invasive multi-diagnostic techniques performed by also highly skilled, dedicated teams. And as it was recalled yesterday, this is really a revolution. But it is a revolution not only for the heritage science, for the cultural heritage, but it's also a revolution for the research infrastructure ecosystem. Why? Because when Bruno Brunetti tells me the story about the definition and the starting of MOLAB, he always recalls me that he had to go to the European Commission and explain this particularity that is not the users that go to the providers, to the facilities, but is the facilities, the laboratory that goes to the user, to the cultural heritage. And this is really a revolution also in how research infrastructures work, also at the European Commission, at the European level. And you can understand that over all these 20 years of activities, E-Rihs had the opportunity to study masterpieces of cultural heritage from all over the world. And I would like just to provide an example that applies also to others outcomes of E-Rihs. And this is the example of the papyri from Ercolano. They were carbonized during the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 and found in the villa of Ercolaneum. Thanks to a machine developed at the end of the 18th century, some of the papyri were unrolled, but remained unreadable. However, through the use of the terahertz near-infrared hyperspectral imaging, it was possible to read the papyri, thus contributing to the research in the field of philosophy, as the Ercolaneum papyri contain a high number of philosophical texts. Another example is the application of the Raman spectroscopy in the study of the tomb of Philip II in Greece. And this is also a very peculiar feature of E-Rihs. I participated in a meeting organized by the E-Remote Access project, and we spent all day discussing about what we mean about E-Remote Access. Also in this case, it was quite difficult for me to explain what we mean for remote access by working with mobile laboratory and with the needs of perform analysis in situ. This is an example. This is an example that was developed in order to give us the possibility to analyze in this case the polychromy, the materials, the polychromy of the materials of the tomb, without the need to be close to the monument, and without the need of closing the monument to the public. So, and this is quite, as I said, a peculiar feature of E-Rihs in the framework of research infrastructure. Also, all of this, as Isabel was mentioned before, and we discussed with Isabel this aspect, all of this produce a huge amount of digital data. Actually, we received the first reporting period of the implementation phase, and the reviewer acknowledged that our research infrastructure is an intensive data content providers. So, and this is why this is so important for us to develop DigiLab. We are working on the development of DigiLab, as you know, in the framework of the implementation phase project, but also thanks to the investments of national nodes, of some projects carried out by national nodes. I mentioned in my slide some of them. H2 IOSC in Italy, Eshida in Belgium, Espadon in Greece, Espadon in France, Politeia in Greece. We are also part of the SHOC cluster, Social Sciences and Humanities Open Science Cloud. As you know, we are part of the governing board, which, as you know, is one of the scientific clusters of IOSC. So we are very keen to be ready very soon to provide the digital access to our data. And in doing so, as we are approaching this issue in a very ambitious way. Why in a very ambitious way? Because our aim is also to use the concept of digital twin, but also the digital continuum, so that we will be able to link research questions to knowledge production and to ensure a seamless data flow through the path research questions, methods, instruments, data productions, analysis and interpretation and knowledge. What you see here is the conceptual model that was developed in the framework of the implementation phase project, thanks to the contribution of Livio De Luca from the CNRS, together with other partners such as Forth, the National Gallery, KIRPA, and CSIC. So they are working very hard on this. They are meeting each week. And also we are trying, let's say, to strengthen our efforts in developing this new platform, also by participating to other projects. I would like to mention, to recall here, ECOES project, which is the project that will develop the next European collaborative cloud for cultural heritage. It's a project funded under the Cluster 2 of Horizon Europe, and it includes also the contribution and the participation of other research infrastructures, such as, for instance, Daria, Clarin, and there is also Europeana, EGI. So a lot of research infrastructures are there, and we are working all together to push forward the need of providing access to digital cultural heritage. So E-Rihs, as you have understood, encourages interdisciplinary projects. And indeed, also our users are highly diverse in terms of disciplinary backgrounds and geographical provenance. We have estimated that, according to the current scenario of founders, E-Rihs can serve in its initial phase 300 users per year. But the ambition is to increase this number to 450 users until to 650 users when the E-Rihs services are fully operational. In addition to service, E-Rihs offers also interdisciplinary training in the framework of Heritage Science Academy. Here you will see the number coming from the Iperion HS project, and the Heritage Science Academy includes doctoral summer schools, training camps, webinars and lecture series, and targets both scholars and practitioners, public and private, users and providers of tomorrow. As regards cooperation with the other research infrastructures, I already mentioned them. So you will see here a number of cooperation. Among this cooperation, as Isabel mentioned, EPOS, I would like to say also that we are in contact with EPOS because what they are doing in the framework of natural risks is it could be synergized with what we do in the framework of cultural heritage. Also, you can see here in this slide the logos of ARCE, the JPI Cultural Heritage. ARCE is the project that is preparing the next European Partnership on Resilient Cultural Heritage, and we are working closely with them with the idea to add as additional activity, to include as additional activities of the future European Partnership on Resilient Cultural Heritage, also the possibility to leverage on the research infrastructures working in the field. We mentioned also the impact. So the impact is something that we are taking care of in the framework also of E-Rihs. Actually, we developed the decay performance indicators by starting from the S3 recommendations. And actually, the reviewer of the first reporting period of the implementation phase pointed out that this deliverable dedicated to the KPIs could be considered as a sort of the blueprint to be transferred to other research infrastructures, because we really have worked a lot on it. I have to say that for the moment, the KPIs are more related to map, to track the activities of E-Rihs rather than to monitor the impact of E-Rihs on society. But of course, as you can understand, E-Rihs has a huge potential to have an impact on society. We have also included, of course, the scientific impact, but as for the impact for society, we can mention the innovation that we can bring to museums, but also, for instance, the cultural diplomacy dimension we can promote, and so on and so forth. As for the economic impact, we know that the narrative, the general narrative is that cultural heritage is part of the economic value of a society. In this case, we should be also very realistic and pragmatic, because it is very hard to track the impact, the economic impact, as it is a sort of a cascading effect of what we do in the framework of E-Rihs. And also, as we talk about economic impact, we should, according to us, also taking into account the so-called cultural institutions, because cultural institutions can be seen as also cultural creative industries working in the field, and what we can provide to this kind of institutions can be highly valued, not only for the institutions themselves, but also for the society at large. To conclude, E-Rihs is a vibrant, intersectoral and interdisciplinary community of scientists, people that are here this morning, today, but also people who have paved the way to E-Rihs, but also the people who will follow to ensure that cultural heritage is kept alive and cared for the benefit of the current and future generations. I stop here, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vania. Thank you very much for this comprehensive and detailed presentation of E-Rihs, this current status and where it comes from, which is also very important. We are a bit late, but we have, I think, there's no problem. We have planned for a long coffee break, so we will make it a bit shorter. We still have time for coffee, don't worry. Now we move to the next section, in which we will be presenting two different national Spanish initiatives related to the development of the heritage science community. The first one will be presented by Susana Alcalde, who is the Deputy Director of the Spanish Cultural Heritage Institute, which depends on the Ministry of Culture, the Spanish Ministry of Culture. And she will talk about the National Plan for Research in Conservation of Cultural Heritage. So, Susana, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emilia. Thank you so much for all, dear college, for stay here and share with us this journey. Okay, I would like to share with yours our research experience in the IPC. We are a unit into the General Directorate of Heritage Culture of the Ministry of Culture. This one, no? Okay, yes. I would like to start with our presentation. No, I would like to speak about our activities and what we do. No, it's really important for us. The Cultural Heritage Institute, our mission is, of course, research and conserve, and include a lot of activities that is developed in different functions. No. Conserve and restoration, and organize and coordinate the national cultural heritage plans. And of course, it's really important for us to develop strategies of research and conservation restoration. And one of the most important function, of course, we are stay here for that, is to establish research networks. Education or training, it's another point really important for us, and of course, archive, manage, and conserve documentation. We have two parts. In one hand, historical documentation and information, and for another hand, the own IPC activity, and diffusion and documentation. We have two headquarters. One of them, the main or principal headquarters, is the IPC in Madrid. Yes, yesterday we are coming the important building. It's a really important building. It's a heritage, it's a cultural heritage for us, and it's known too for the crown of thorns, for the skylights in the roof. I invite you to visit us. It's really beautiful, this building. We have another headquarters is located in La Rioja, Nájera. It's a region of the northeast of Spain, and for us is really important because the school focuses on the ultra-qualifying training of different heritage professionals. Diversity is one of the most important characteristics of the people who undergo for training. Last week, I invite you to see you. We had the presentation for the training program for 2024, and would like to invite to see you in our web. Okay, for understand our activity, it's really important to remark that our areas are interconnected. It's a transdisciplinary activity between all that areas. We have 5 organization areas: immovable asset interventions area, movable asset interventions area, research and training, documentation and diffusion area. Of course, if not, it's impossible to do that activities without an area of economic and management area. We are dedicated to the research, conservation, and documentation of the Spanish heritage since 1961 is the date of the construction of the building of the IPC, the Crown of Thorns, if you remember. And we have in the staff 125 specialized working in a transdisciplinary perspective for conserving and valorizing cultural property. And we are a reference point for the study of the cultural assets of periods, artists, and schools ranging from prehistory to 20th century. Yes, in this slide, I just only put in several figures for understand our activity and a lot of capacity we have forget it, no? We have maybe 800 or 900 projects per year in research, conservation, restoration, and other interventions. Of course, one of the most important parts of our activity is technical assessment, and you can see the amount of that. And that kind of activity is focusing different types of cultural heritage: immovable cultural goods, movable, intangible heritage, etc. In this slide, I would like to show the scope of our intervention. I would like to spread out, no, to reach out the whole region, because the different parts of Spain has had different necessities, no, because we are several regions with climate changing, with depopulation, and we have to focus in their kind of challenges in this moment. In that slide, we work, no? We work with different research tools. We have a really important archive, library, and photo library. I would like to remark the importance of the Civil War archive at the Art Plunder, and we are working with a lot of collaboration with another units of the General Directorate of the Ministry, because we are researching with a lot of archives related to the Art Plunder, the difficult to find their own properties. No, it's really important strategic line of research. In our library, we have conserved all the information and documentation that generates in the IPC about our activities, no, our intervention, etc. And of course, our jewel is with exceptional value is our photo library, because our photo library conserves almost half a million images dating for 1844 to present day. It is a documentary collection of exceptional value that reflects the transformation of Spanish cultural heritage from the beginning of photography to the present day, and has digitized most of those collection, as you can see in our web, and I invite you to know it. And of course, we have a really important research area archive. And with that figures, I would like to share all the activity. No, you can see thousands and thousands reports and informers and samples of conservation reports, photographic documents, analytical data reports, cross-sections, X-ray images, and etc. Okay. We have a really important activity in the IPC. We are the subdirectorate that coordinate and organize the commission of the national plan. No, that national plans are a really important tool to collaborate in the central administration with another administration of the different regions of Spain. And that kind of national plan trying to do solutions a lot of different problems or issues that we have related to the heritage. As you can see, a lot of different cultural heritage: industrial, defensive, cultural, landscape, contemporary and traditional architectures, safeguarding, and of course, the National Plan of Research in the Conservation and Cultural Heritage. We have another national plan that is transversal for the cultural goods, no? For instance, emergencies, preventive conserving, heritage education. In fact, in the next committee with another regions in Spain, we are share the new text of the education and training plan. The text of the research of conservation plan, national plan, was approved 11 July and 2011. Is a management tool for programming and coordinating activities of research in conservation for national and local administration, as well as other public and private stakeholders we are collaborating now. The organization of the plan is with a monitoring commission that taking part 32 members, and we organize 2 annual meetings in a different working group. No, the scope, of course, of the action of this plan is researching in conservation of cultural heritage. The organization of the strategic lines and programs within the plan, we have 5 programs, which include different projects inside. The first one is conservation and environmental, program 2, materials and new technologies for study and analysis, program 3, study on cultural asset technology, program 4, economy, social value and sustainability, and for the last one, development and improvement of the conservation and restoration methodology and protocols. In the next slide, just only remark different or projects or activities, or for instance, the magazine we are producing related to the plan. In this case, is one of the first projects, and it's really interesting. It's amateur project. It's inside the PNIC, and it is to study the sculpture of Novo-Hispanic character preserved in the community of Castilla y León in order to draw parallels between them. And this is the last one that we launched on December, October, 2023. It's a study of the economic impact of research on the conservation of cultural heritage in Spain that remarked Vania in her presentation, no? The importance of the economic value, and it's really interesting not only to make a measure of that impact, if not the perception of the citizens. Now, it's really important to put in context now the investment in the research of cultural heritage, and on the other hand, how the citizens perceived that investment. No, it's really important, and education is really it's definitely to get it. In one of the activities that we are in the plan. It's a meeting. It's biannual, yes, every 2 weeks, if I'm wrong. This Congress, it's really important because putting common different problems between the research community. Knowledge of cultural heritage is really important. The interaction of conservation, restoration, and different scientific research fields. Because the cultural heritage science, it's really young and needs support and need put in contact the young people who develop the first research activities with different professionals that lead that careers, no? And I think it's really, really important. Of course, this is an initiative that the IPC participate all the years. It's a strategic line of approaching the different activities and the different perspectives of the research scope, and it's really interesting because put in contact the scholarship with the professionals in the research, no? And for us it's really important because we try to rise up the vocations, no? Because the scientific in Spain, it's really far from the cultural heritage, no? And we like to join the cultural heritage vocations with the scientific vocation. This is ARPA. ARPA is it's another fair that we participate in the frame of the national plan, and is organized for Castilla y León, another region here in Spain. And the IPC participate in this fair every 2 years. Different sectors of protection, conservation, research of cultural heritage share for 2 days their experience. No, it's really enrichment. In this way, these types of events are really important to bring together different professionals for different sectors and put in common works and projects focused on conservation and restoration, which allow to improve our experience, no? That it is the aim of the plan, no? And within the plan, we organize in collaboration with the regions in Spain, and we organize one per year. The last workshop was in Barcelona, and these workshops born in 2018 on the initiative of the PENIX Monitoring Commission, and this meeting took place. This one took place in 21 November, and they are organized by different regions represented in the plans. Their aim is to increase the visibility of the plan and the methodological principles in the different regions. The workshop serves as a meeting place for professionals dedicated to the heritage science. This one is the Barcelona and was really successful. Okay, Vania introduced very well our access, and we are participating in the Art Lab, and my colleague Maria presented the Art Lab project yesterday. And okay, the national plan today is currently in the process of being adapted to the 2030 agenda in order to respond more effectively to the risks that challenge the conservation of cultural heritage today. And okay, for end my presentation, I would like to share with us an example of a study that has been characterized by the interdisciplinary work on the professionals who have formed part in the working team, IPC, restaurers for the Museo Arqueológico Nacional, and the other technician for the Ministry of Culture. This is the technical report on the state of conservation of the 3 Iberian ladies of the Museo Arqueológico Nacional. And this research establishing 3 phases: collection and study of documentation, scientific technical study, and drafting implementation of monitoring and control protocols. The aim of that researching was minimizing samples because we are obliged to get more sustainability researchings, and this is a research for us is really important in that way. Forget that sustainability, we have different techniques. One of them imaging techniques. We use visible reference photograph, detail, and macro photographs, ultraviolet radiance-induced visible fluorescence photography, and visible light-induced infrared luminescence photography. And you can see in the right of the slide the different results of that kind of images applying to the goods. Another hand, work methodology, to establish fixed points of analysis that would allow long-term monitoring of the degree of salinization. Techniques such as a high-resolution conductivity, scanning electron microscopy, and microanalysis using X-ray energy, and you can see the same on the right, the different result of that techniques. The conclusions, of course, that research was during 1 year, maybe 2 years, and the conclusion are effective and representative protocols, establish effective and representative protocols for monitoring conservation status. And these techniques are less invasive. Of course, remark again the sustainability in our researchings. They do not require sampling, and interdisciplinarity, streamline and minimizing sampling. Okay, we have a really short time because now we are late, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Susana. Okay, we will, last but not least, before the coffee, give the floor to Sabina Guailupo, who is the head of the Ibero-American Office of the Spanish Foundation of Science and Technology. And she is the manager of the EU LAC cooperation project, ResInfra.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to be here and to present the EU LAC ResInfra project. First of all, I would like to say hello to Luca Pezzatti. I don't know where is Luca. Luca, hi! Because he was the person participating in this project, in EU LAC ResInfra project, on behalf of the E-Rihs pilot. Okay, in my presentation, I would like to, as Emilio said, I would like to present, I think, no. It's on the other way. Yes. Aquí. Okay. That's done. Okay. I would like to present the EU LAC ResInfra project. EULAC Resinfra, or as always is known, Resinfra, is the acronym, but the full title of the project is EULAC Resinfra towards a new EULAC partnership in research infrastructure. Some details about this project. It was a coordination and support action under the H2020 program. It started on December 2019 and ended in February 2023 because of the COVID pandemic. It was extended for 9 months with a budget of 1.5 million approx. With 17 different partners from the 2 regions, Europe and Latin America and Caribbean. Together with this detail, I would like to point out that together with the partners, it's special that the project, or one of the objectives of the project was the implementation, the development and the implementation of 4 different pilots in order to prove not only the necessity, the willingness, but the feasibility of the regional collaboration in the area of research infrastructures. In this sense, the consortium of the EULAC Resinfra project was composed mainly by ministries, funding agencies, together with research infrastructures. I said that because also the different type of actions under funding program H2020 and now currently Horizon Europe are research and innovation action and coordination and support action. This project is really a policy coordination action. This is why within the consortium are mainly ministry funding agencies together with the research infrastructure. So we had in the same consortium different stakeholders in the area of research infrastructures. The main objective of this project, the project EULAC Resinfra, was enhance the regional collaboration between Europe and Latin America and Caribbean in the area of research infrastructure. How? On the one hand, helping or supporting the working group, the high-level working group on research infrastructures. On the other hand, implementing these 4 pilots in order to prove this regional collaboration between research infrastructure coming from Europe and Latin American and Caribbean, and finally gathering all this information in a sustainability plan for this regional collaboration. But before going into details to the project and specifically to the E-Rihs pilot, to the pilot devoted to the cultural heritage, I would like to explain the context, the political context of this project. The history, or the history of the regional collaboration between Europe and Latin America is a long history. We can come back to the 1999, when the first high-level summit took place in Rio de Janeiro. But for us, in the area of not only research infrastructure, but science and technology, as in general, for us, the most important summit was the summit that held in Madrid in 2010, because in this summit was when the first time in the declaration after this summit, the creation or the need of the creation of a EULAC knowledge area was identified as a priority. And together with the identification of the need of the creation of this EULAC knowledge area as a priority, an action plan was launched. An action plan including a specific chapter devoted to science and technology. This was the first time that such a specific chapter devoted to science and technology appears in this kind of declarations. Together with this identification of the priority, together with the launching of the action plan, an initiative was established as well. The high-level GDSOM, the Joint Initiative for Research and Innovation in a regional way, together with Europe and Latin America. And together with this initiative, the E-Rihs, an instrument was implemented as well. The implement was the EU CELAC E-Rihs with the intention to meet on a regular basis, on a yearly basis, and divided into several working groups. This is why we said that in the EU-LAC ResInfra project, one of the objectives was supporting the activities and the mandate of this working group on research infrastructures. This E-Rihs met, as I said previously, on a regular basis, and for this project and for the research infrastructures, the main or the most important meeting was the meeting held in Brussels in March 2016, because in this meeting, the research infrastructures were identified as a strategic pillar for the construction, for the implement of a EU CELAC common research area. This is the first time that research infrastructures appears as a priority, as a key element in the construction of the EU CELAC, EU-LAC, depending if you are talking about the region on a geographical way or the region in a more political way, the CELAC, but the construction, as I said, of a common research area. And in the following meeting in March 2017, was established this EU CELAC working group on research infrastructure. The creation of this working group on research infrastructure was not the only one, because this working group is the third one, together with the working group devoted to mobility of researchers and global changes. Nowadays, they are a fourth working group devoted to innovation. But in the first time that the working groups were created, research infrastructures was one of them. The mandate of this EU CELAC working group on research infrastructure is try to enhance this bi-regional collaboration on a political way, a policy coordination. On the one hand, sharing good practices and try to know all the activities under this bi-regional collaboration umbrella, and specifically as well, try to identify these research infrastructures with potential to collaborate to establish or to develop this bi-regional collaboration. On the European Union side, is easy because we have an instrument such as E-Rihs, for example. We have a European Consortium of Research Infrastructure, the E-Rihs. So identify this research infrastructure with potential or that able to collaborate with Latin America is easy. But in Latin America, it's not. It's not because, first of all, it's not easy to apply the same definition or establish a common understanding of what is a research infrastructure. Once we can identify this Latin American Caribbean research infrastructure, it's difficult to try to identify as well which of them can collaborate or had the minimal requirements to be able to collaborate with research infrastructures, with European research infrastructures. And this is why the project, or the European Commission, decided to fund a specific project under the framework program H2020 in order to establish a kind of mechanisms to support this mandate of the working group on research infrastructures. And in the sense, here is in the meeting, in the E-Rihs meeting held in Mexico in October 2020, is the first time that the project EU-LAC ResInfra was mentioned in the declaration of this E-Rihs meeting. Taking into account this political context, as you see, and in parallel that the researcher, you, all of you, are trying to collaborate with other regions, in this sense, for example, Latin America and Caribbean, at high level, at political level, there are some activities or there are some actions in parallel try to identify these research infrastructures that are able to collaborate with other regions, or, for example, try to identify the specific areas or priority areas to collaborate or to enhance this bi-regional collaboration. In this context, or with this landscape, appears the EULAC ResInfra project. As I said, with the main objective of enhancing this bi-regional collaboration in the area of research infrastructure. On the one hand, supporting the working group on research infrastructure, not only sharing the best practices, the lessons learned, and other kind of information, but try to identify this research infrastructure from both sides, Europe and Latin America and Caribbean, especially devoting developing these 4 pilots in order to prove the feasibility of the bi-regional collaboration, and finally gathering all this information on all of these results of the pilots and the activities of the projects in the 5-year sustainability plan for the bi-regional collaboration on research infrastructures. As I said, one of the pilots of the project together, or the 4 pilots of the project were identified or were selected, taking into account the priorities for the specific cooperation between Europe and Latin America countries. So the pilot devoted to the E-Rihs, to the heritage cultural heritage or heritage science, was selected together with the pilot in the field of structural biology, led by Instruct Eric, the pilot devoted to the ecosystem and biodiversity, led by LifeWatch Eric, and the pilot devoted to high-performance computing, led by RICAP, which is the Ibero-American network of high-performance computing. The 4th one was the ERIC pilot, devoted to cultural heritage. At the beginning of the project, because as I said, the project started on December 2019, 2-3 months later, all of us suffered the COVID pandemic, so all the staff exchanges, the workshops, the face-to-face activity that were foreseen in the project had to be postponed or modified and taking place in a virtual means. But at the beginning, the main objective of this pilot was enhance or strengthen the regional collaboration in the area of heritage, in the domain of heritage science, taking into account fair data, the data exchange, the interoperability, open data, and the transnational access. These were the main aspects or the main points that, in principle, the pilots took into account. The objectives of the pilots were support, in other words, once the pilot had to be implemented, the leader decided that these pilots will focus in explore different solutions for achieving scientific data interoperability. In this sense, they try to pave the way for the construction of a common digital research environment. The objectives of the pilot was identify and, on the one hand, sharing best practice for data and metadata management, the promote of the use of open standard and software, and the data fairness. The approach was, as I said, the interoperability, creation of open data collections, the general or extracting a general model for heritage science data interoperability, and the idea to extend to all E-Rihs analytical techniques to be integrated in the E-Rihs DigiLab. DigiLab was the unit, or was the workforce that participated in this pilot. Finally, the pilot decided to apply the data interoperability using, I have to read it because I'm not an expert in this, exploring the solution, as I said, in the specific case of spectral data obtained by scanning electron microscopy. So using the SIM-EDS as a technique widely used in heritage science analysis. What has been the main result of the E-Rihs pilot in this EU-LAC ResInfra project? On the one hand, not only established, because the relationship were established before starting the project, but in one maybe reinforce the relationship between the E-Rihs and their regional hubs in Latin America and Caribbean, especially with the hubs in Brazil and Mexico. I heard in previous presentation about talk about the Antecipa and talk about the different relationship with different hubs in Latin America and Caribbean in this project, in the under development of the E-Rihs project in the EU-LAC ResInfra pilot project. The relation with the LAC regional hubs in Antecipa and LANSIC in Mexico were development. Several sessions were implemented. For example, this is just an example. And this is an example because original was planned in Costa Rica, but finally they took place by virtual means. But we know that a lot of researchers from Europe and Latin America and Caribbean attending this session. New cooperation, new collaboration activities were implemented. For example, with the UNAM at the INAM, the Instituto Nacional de Antropología e Historia in Mexico, and using the E-Rihs training platform, the HS Academy. And finally, a final workshop was organized in December 2022, just at the end of the project, the International Workshop on Data Interoperability in SEM-EDS in Belo Horizonte in hybrid format. This workshop was a success because a lot of attendees and a lot of information coming from this workshop. Together, this main result presented is just an example of all the results coming from this pilot in the project, because I know that a paper was presented as well related to towards the regional collaboration between Europe and Latin America, or the the beginning of establish a data management, a data interoperability standards, etc. But for us, the main results or the main impact of this pilot in this EU-LAC ResInfra project was, on the one hand, the visibility. The visibility because on the LAC side, the pilot provides a high visibility to the policymakers. Is crucial, as Isabel said in her presentation. The visibility to the society is important. What the researchers are doing is very important, but it's so important as well that the policymakers know not only what the researchers are doing, but the impact of their research. In this sense, this pilot within this project was able to present, or was able to show to policymakers, especially in Latin America and Caribbean, not only the feasibility, but the convenience of establish, and especially to fund, maybe I cannot say that because I'm representing a public administration, but the need of fund this kind of collaboration, this kind of research, not only in Europe, but in collaboration with other regions. And I'm thinking in the global South, not only Latin America and Caribbean, but Africa as well. And on the EU side, the main impact was from this pilot, from this project, a lot of material, a lot of data with the possibility to be studied and reused, coming from the workshop or the activities done during the pilot. So for the both sides, for the both regions, the main message to the policy makers at a political level was the needed and the profit that we can reach with maintaining, enhance strength, and getting the sustainability of this bi-regional collaboration. Finally, in order to say something about future collaboration, but I think future collaboration, the project ended 1 year ago, so maybe it's not a future cooperation, but it's an actual collaboration nowadays, but keeping the cooperation with countries such as Brazil and Mexico, especially with Anticipa and LAC. Finally, in my presentation, it was mentioning the CONICY, the National Council of Science and Technology in Mexico. Maybe most of you already know, but nowadays the CONACYT is called CONACYT with H, because they are integrating the humanities. So it's not only the National Council for Science and Technology, it's for science, technology, and humanities. So all these activities have a fruitful and a success. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabina. We started in this morning presentation by Isabel mentioned the potential for collaboration with Latin America and with Africa, and we have closed the session with an actual example of E-Rihs collaboration, of the potential of heritage science for collaboration in research infrastructures and in other fields of research with Latin America. So thank you very much to all the speakers in this first session. Now we have a coffee break. As I said, we are a bit late, but we have half an hour for the break. We can be back at 11:30 as planned. Just a quick reminder for those who have not signed the attendance list, please do so. Even if you signed them yesterday, we have to keep the track of the attendees for every day. So if you haven't done so, please sign outside. Thank you. See you in a while.
Hello. Hello. Good morning again. I hope you have enjoyed the coffee. It was, well, we actually took more than expected. It always happens with coffee. It's important also to have time over coffee to discuss and to share ideas and opinions. With the idea of continuing also this sharing of experiences and approaches to structuring, to developing the community, the scientific community of heritage science, we have planned this session we are having now. We have entitled it Initiatives for the Development of the Heritage Science Scientific Communities. And the idea of this session is to have we will have three presentations, three very short presentations of different approaches that have been taken in three different countries. Just as an example of how this community has evolved over time. I remember that when we started with Iperion CH, one of the messages of Luca Pesati was we have to develop, to create, not to create, to consolidate, because it was already there, but to consolidate, to crystallize this idea of heritage science as a field, as an interdisciplinary field, in which we are a scientific community which need to be identified and as a group dedicated to a specific scientific topic. I am sure that the E-Rihs and the previous projects have played a key role in the development of this community. But it is true that in the different countries, this has evolved in different ways, depending on the situation of each country, many scientific situation, but also the political situation, and many other, the context, to say that in a wide sense, of the different countries. So the idea of this session was to comment on that, to share on that. We will have three very short presentations, and then we will move here to the front to make it more open and participative, and we will ask also you to participate in that, to share the experience of your countries, and if it is somehow similar or not, or different, or what is the pros and cons of the different approaches, if it is applicable to your case or not. The idea is just to share that, to learn from the mutual experience, and to contribute to understand how these communities evolving in the countries and what is the role of the infrastructures in this development. So that's as an introduction to that, and I first invite to the stage to Mónica. Mónica Álvarez de Huergo is the coordinator of the Spanish, the thematic platform on cultural heritage of the CSIC. This platform has already been mentioned. And Mónica is the coordinator of that, and she will very briefly explain what is the PTI and what is in relation with E-Rihs in its context. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilio. I feel a little bit like Madonna with this microphone. And I'm the co-coordinator because Emilio is co-coordinator with me. So he asked us to be very short, and I promise I'm going to be very short. I'm going to speak about the interdisciplinary thematic platform that is called PAIS. It's an acronym of country, no? Something like that. It's heritage, open heritage, research, and society. And what's the story, the history of these platforms? These platforms are instruments of research created by CSIC back in 2018. There are like 20-something platforms, and we were in the very beginning, and it was a bottom-up initiative. but we have to look back sometimes, not always to the future, but also to our history. And we have been working or networking, working in a net since the beginning of this century, 2000, 2001, with another initiative of CSIC, that was the thematic network of cultural heritage, that gathered the different research groups working in heritage by that time. This network worked till 2010 or 2011. I don't remember exactly the precise year of its end. And in 2011, another network, the Techno-Heritage, the Science and Technological Technology Network for the Conservation of Cultural Heritage, was created. And by that time, it was opened to another institutions, public and private, not only the research groups of CSIC. And as I said, on 2018 was the first call for the thematic platforms of CSIC. And in 2019, it was created our platform, PAIS. So we are now like 5 years old, no? More or less. This platform is composed by more than 120 researchers from different, almost 20 research groups from 14 different institutes of CSIC. But this is the CSIC core, but we need the rest of the stakeholders. There are 45 what we call external entities, and we have museums, we have universities, of course the Institute of Cultural Heritage, some schools, high schools, associations, of course companies and enterprises dedicated to the conservation and restoration of cultural heritage. So all of us, we are very focused on research, as we are researchers, but also training and dissemination activities. We are devoted to some objectives, main objectives, main goals, as to develop a high impact interdisciplinary research. Let's underline, you have here some figures of our projects and our funding and the money we get, that we gain. Besides, we have to facilitate the access to material cultural heritage science knowledge and the transfer of technology and of this knowledge to society. What are the specific features and the added value of our platform? Let me, the 3 first lines are just like premises, not specific features, but we are here, cultural heritage people. Let me remind some things that I'm sure they are common to all of us. What is important, or one of the significances of a cultural heritage, is that is the material history, the history that we can read, and it is written in the materials. we have also like an identity factor that could be local, or my neighborhood, my village, my city, my region, my country, or my continent. No? There is always a cultural heritage, provide us an identity factor. And here there is something that is a little bit, it's a joke, that there is a particular index that was created by Mark. I don't know if Mark is here, he's outside. He once said that we had, in Spanish, it's like a slang expression, something that is molón is something very cool, no? So he said cultural heritage has a, in Spanglish, molonity index. So it was really difficult to translate it into English because coolness could be something very fresh, no? So awesomeness index could be something that is very particular to this field. But we cannot put it in our CVs, no? Okay, so, no, okay. And just the specific features are that CSIC, this institution that are hosting us and which we belong to, is leadership in what is heritage science, no? Is in all the initiatives, and we've been working 25 years together, no? Networking. And another word that we like to say is that our interdisciplinarity is congenital. That means these platforms, these structures, the PTIs, are interdisciplinary, but our cultural heritage, our heritage science field is congenital. I mean, it's interdisciplinary, but in a congenital manner because we are used to work different disciplines together, no? So double interdisciplinarity. And we do fundamental research, but always we like to be oriented to cultural heritage, conservation, and science. Our PTI offers a technological offer. That is something that we consider an added value. On your right, you have one of the pages of our catalog that we have to update, but in which all the groups, the research groups, are represented, and we introduce ourselves to the stakeholders, and we say, that is our expertise, our knowledge, that this is what we can do, this is what we can offer, these are our techniques, so let's work together, or what can we do for you? And in the last line, in this PTI is, or this structure is as there is no way of being other manner, is a multi-stakeholder because there are not only public institutions but private institutions, and all we want to have all the actors and actresses of the heritage science field. Just very fast to present the coordination group. And we are also very proud of having created a coordination support working group. Thank you very much. And I don't want I want to take this opportunity because we've been here for 1.5 years, but before us, there was another former coordination group that was coordinated by Marta. She and they did a huge work that we are inheriting. So this is just to acknowledge your work, and thank you very much for your confidence on us. And what are just finishing, our relationship, our link with E-Rihs. I think we walk together. We are, one is not, is because of the other, no? In the Spanish node of E-Rihs, there are some groups, you see in the red square, some groups of CSIC, and some others of universities, or the Spanish cultural heritage, IPC. And as I said, we work together. Part of the PTI groups are in the E-Rihs, Spanish node, and we are completely aligned. I mean, for example, Emilio gave a webinar inside the PTI to explain what the E-Rihs project, E-Rihs call was about. As I said, many research groups of the PTI working in the accesses of E-Rihs. So there is a retrofeeding of both initiatives, and it helps to both of the structures of the initiatives. We gain visibility, one by each other. One thing is that we are in the pilot call of the Spanish node, and we are in the second round of the call, and I think we have been explaining the initiative and why is it so attractive, no, to participate, but I think we need more explanation. And yesterday somebody said something that I loved, that was that as me, I was user of MOLAB, and now I'm provider. But I would like to be user again, because now there are a lot of equipments and instruments, and I said, no, let's go on. So I don't know if we can be provider and user at the same time. I don't think so. But I think it's a very attractive initiative, and we have to explain it to the institutions that are not familiar with these topics and these projects. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. It's very brief, so it needs to be very quick, but I hope you might have get an idea of the relationship between these two initiatives. The second presentation is by Costanza Miliani. You all know her. She is the director of the ISPC, the Institute for Cultural Heritage, for Heritage Science of the CNR, the Italian cousin of CSIC. And so it's a good example in our case, or a good case in which this structuring of the community has been made in a slightly different way, more from an institutional point of view. Of course, this is prompted and moved for sure by researchers, but in this case, the CNR has taken this idea of grouping this together. So, please. Yeah.
We are going to see another approach, the approach that has been followed by the National Research Council, and I'm starting with this slide that is reporting the process. The process is that the director of the Department of Human Science, Social Science, and Cultural Heritage proposed a merging of 4 existing institutes that were devoted to cultural heritage, or more precisely to archaeology, to research institute, to technology for cultural heritage, one institute, and another one more oriented to conservation science. So there was the strategy to merge them together, also to reinforce the position of CNR in the field of cultural heritage. I have no time, but you are aware about the fact that at the CNR, I would say starting from the bad moment of flooding in Florence, there were really a push toward interdisciplinary approach to cultural heritage. So the board of directors accepted this proposal, mentioning, and for this reason I have translated something that, as you can imagine, was in Italian, has accepted this proposal, really mentioning the role that this institute can have for the infrastructure of heritage science. So it was a decision at the political level, very linked also to what we are here discussing and celebrating. So this is the mission of the Institute. We are really working on cultural heritage on very different angles. And for us, the heritage science is really sees an umbrella. We are not only speaking about science STEM for cultural heritage. Okay, so we are really seeing heritage science in a wide sense. And we are about 223 researchers and technologists. We have at the CNR also the position of technologists that are very important for our activities, fellow, PhD student, and we have 7 locations. 7 locations can be seen quite difficult to manage, but is a big added value because we are connected with several territories in Italy from the north to the south. So we have really a connection with cultural heritage in the field. And what is very important are the disciplines of the researchers that are within the Institute. Here I'm presenting you the different disciplines according to the ERC panel. This is ERC panel 221, not the current one. But nevertheless, as you can see, we have half of the researchers coming from SH5 and 6. So that's mean humanities, and then the other half coming from STEM, with a quite variety in the STEM, because we are ranging from application on chemistry, computer science, engineering, and also, of course, Earth system for all what is geology, remote sensing, and so on and so far. So this composition is the key value of the Institute, really having the humanities and the STEM working together in one only system. Of course, starting this activity as director, trying to merge the different interests and the different value of the research group, I did an analysis of the production of these 4 institutes put together. And here you can see the analysis. We can see, for example, the CNR database that are all the publication. So there are a lot of publications that can be topic mainly as SH6, so the study of the past, but also SH5 and the other from the STEM. Most of them are linked together, and most of the researchers actually define their rule putting together SH6 and maybe PA4. So really linking their, or depicting their research activity, merging more than one panel. I'm pushing this information about the panel because currently the National Research Council is changing the perspective of career path, moving from strategic areas to a method that is evaluating the research, the ERC panel identification. So we are all moving toward the definition of our profile according to the ERC panel. This is something also merging from the publication and is a top modeling, so is a analysis of the abstract of all the publication in the institute. And in this case, we are not recognizing the ERC panel, but really the type of topic that are emerging naturally from the analysis of this abstract. And you can see the different research that we are developing in these years. So the institute, that is a quite big institute, is organized and was a slow organization. I always try to, I use my chemistry background saying that is a crystallization, a very slow crystallization. Crystals are growing well if the crystallization is very slow. And so slowly we organize ourselves in different research groups. Here are listed. They are all very Molon. I would like to be in all of them, I have to say. And we are ranging, as you can see, from something that is starting from archaeology. So we have a group of prehistory and proto-history. But inside them, there is also expert, for example, in analysis of organic residues. So really, there is a mixture also from those that are coming from archaeology, okay? Some example, of course, you know those that are here, Cristiano Riminesi, Barbara Salvadori, that are of a research group coming from heritage material science or conservation science. Here I am reporting others, just an example, but you have the code to have more information. We have a strong group on Digital Heritage Innovation Lab, and as you can see here, again, the composition is very interdisciplinary. So that means that we are really working together day by day. So the research funding volume increased, and these are numbers that compare the previous situation, adding the 4 institutes. We are pushing a lot on European projects. This is number of projects, but the funding are very high. I'm not going to put the euro. And of course, in the last year, we had an effect of the next generation EU funding that was very high and very important for our researcher. Some of the current European projects that are going on, you can recognize some of them because they are coming from this community. But also I would like to mention something different. For example, BIP, that is over there, is about the renovation of ancient building following the idea of energy efficiency. And we are moving in this direction. And for example, tomorrow I'm going to Paris for an event that is linked to the building field and how heritage can be a driver for the change we need for climate change. Okay. We are pushing a lot toward interaction with the other sector, and is what we call intersectoral research, not only interdisciplinary research. And here, just some of the institutions we are collaborating with. And you can see some companies, of course, a lot of public institutions linked to cultural heritage in Italy. And something I'm very proud of is the capacity we have to do scientific diplomacy. Scientific diplomacy in a very wide vision, because we have archaeological mission almost everywhere in the world and in very crucial countries now, Middle East, South America. And with this archaeological mission, we really are doing scientific diplomacy. We are connected with the researcher there. We are connected with the population. We are trying to bring what is called public archaeology, so that is an archaeology for the society and not only for the research, I would say. We are also, we decided with this new institute to be linked as much as possible with universities, and we started to make this link very strong. 2 PhD programs. One, the first over there, is about archaeology, is archaeology in the Mediterranean field, but again, an archaeology with a vision of being for the future, for the public, for the climate change also. And this is together with Università Aldo Moro di Bari and Politecnico di Bari. And then we started together with some colleagues that are here. I'm mentioning specifically Lucia for this important work, because we started in Italy a PhD program, a national PhD program on heritage science, that again is not strictly science mean STEM, is a very wide approach. So we have curricula that are starting from humanities, but is bringing inside also competencies from the STEM. That's all. And here you can follow our website, and you have much more information.
So thank you very much. You have seen a different approach led by a political decision, of course, with grounded of the previous activity of the researchers, but it was led by, as I said, a decision of the leaders, of the policymakers, the presidency of CNR. And very clear the link with E-Rihs. It was written in that. So we complete this first part with another different approach, in this case from France, in which they have used a foundation for that. And Remy will explain how they have organized all this complex ecosystem they have in France.
Thank you, Emilio. Thank you for CESIC for this opportunity to present the work that we are doing in France, but as you see, that has connections with not only with E-Rihs, but also with other initiatives in the field. So this presentation is called The Role of the Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine, so Heritage Science Foundation, or Heritage Sciences. This is still an ongoing debate in France, in structuring the heritage science community, so nationally here. But first, I will not read everything, of course, but just to give you an idea, and I expect the same in your countries, about the structuration of the heritage science landscape in France. You have here different jobs or positions or ways people define their work, clustered in terms of actions and also research questions. But the main point here is that each of these people belong to different institutions that for the most part either are connected or belong to the Ministry of Culture or the Ministry of Higher Education and Research. But you can also see police authorities, you can see private actors, and you can also see also stakeholders from other institutions that are not connected to these main two ministries. You also have, and this is not apparent here, but a strong involvement of regional communities, cities, regions, especially in the cultural heritage and research field. The context for this structuration and the creation of the foundation is actually starts in the 80s, where the state started to develop a strategy to invest in equipment, mainly, and resources for this community. So the main, really, what we find the most striking example is the creation of the Aglaé particle accelerator at CITREMF's Center for Research and Restoration of Museum of France, locating within the Louvre, and it is still today the only accelerator only dedicated to cultural heritage. and it is accessible in E-Rihs. It has been accessible since 2004 through European projects, so 20 years of access to Aglaé as well. Another accelerator only dedicated to heritage, well, mainly dedicated to heritage for carbon 14 dating, as an other equipment. I will not read through everything, but you can see basically from the 90s and the 2000s until almost 2013, we have a lot of investment on equipment that is available to the community, but usually through their own means. So to manage this access to equipment, but also investment, a choice was made to create a foundation, so a private foundation, the Foundation for Heritage Science, to manage a project and also to integrate the community. So this precedes the creation and even the idea in France of E-Rihs, and it has a bit of a larger scope. But as you can see here, the investment is continuing, and the challenges related to this investment are growing. So we have a new beam line at the Soleil synchrotron next to Paris. We have a new project that I will present soon called Espadon, which heavily features investment in infrastructure, but also on digital. And you have actually, in December last year, the formal legal creation of E-Rihs France as a research infrastructure under the French roadmap. So you can see here our partners. You have different tiers of partnerships, the main one being founding members. So the Musée du Louvre, Château de Versailles, University of Cergy-Paris, UVSQ, so in Versailles as well, and the National Library of France. These are the founding members. They finance most of the activities. You also have the high patronage of the Ministry of Culture and CNRS. And then you have members that can be either research institutions, cultural institutions, higher education institutions. What really matters is that their activity contributes to the field of heritage science at the national level. And we also have partners with which we have framework agreements. So at the national level, the University of Grenoble, the Synchrotron Soleil, but also with the Chinese province of Shaanxi, so the Terracotta Warriors, etc., and the Cyprus Institute. And we recently signed an agreement with the Federation of Conservators and Restorers at the national level. So this number of members, especially the bottom part, is growing quite continuously. Every year we welcome new members. So the mission and objectives of the foundation is to basically to foster interdisciplinary and interinstitutional approach to heritage science. And the way we define it is three main blocks as I think as usual: social sciences and humanities, experimental sciences, or hard sciences, as some people say, and data science. And our main research lines are, first, advancing knowledge on cultural heritage, preserving cultural heritage, and then also transmitting scientific knowledge to heritage professionals, industries, but also to the public. And we aim to become a major contributor to heritage science, first nationally and then at the European and international level. So the choice, and it's a topic for discussion today, of a private foundation, non-profit foundation, was motivated by the need to have an agile legal structure to perform some activities that ministries or other public institutions could not perform as readily, or at least not with as many members. So it is a specific legal statute that will not explain into detail, but it's called Fondation Partenariale, Partnership Foundation, which is created by a decree by the Ministry of Higher Education and Research. This is not a normal association. It is specifically tailored for such kind of collaboration. It's in some countries have university foundations. This is quite a bit similar to this kind of status. So these are non-profits, private entities with a mission of public interest. They are created by this official decree, and they can hire as legal entities their own staff and host seconded personnel from public institutions. So this is an important aspect for the sustainability of the structure. It can have both public and private members, companies, and usually involve several universities. At the moment, we don't have companies. This is not something we are trying to do, but legally it could be possible if a company is willing to engage into open heritage science. They could technically become a member of the foundation. We can also accept donation and sponsorships more easily than a public institution, at least in France. And we can also perform limited economic activities. And we are audited annually, of course, and the books are published. So we have several actions where we integrate the communities, but the main one is financing PhD and postdoctoral contracts. This PhD, so we have financed about a bit over 200 positions in the past 10 years. And they are granted after a competitive call, so once per year, to consortia that involve 2 members of the foundation, at least, and then external partners, whether French or international. And they must, the PhD or postdoctoral topic must include at least 2 of the main blocks, so social sciences and humanities, experimental science, and data science, if possible 3 of the topics. Otherwise, we don't finance it. So if it's only art history and 2 important art history institutions, we don't finance it. It's open to international applicants, and we frequently have English-speaking positions available. So the budget for these activities is usually around 1.3 million euro per year. And we also offer strategic, operative, and financial support to graduate-level internships. That is actually quite popular, quite useful, and a lot of people who benefit from these grants actually then start PhDs, etc., and stay in the field. This is a way to try out heritage science, if they like it or not, usually coming from hard sciences institution, but not only. We organize also, we can help and finance the organization of conferences and other dissemination events, publications, international mobility of researchers. So actually that could be useful for you if you want to come to France and have partners within our foundation. We can actually finance some of the stay or a stay of French researchers outside of the country, and also we help in participating to EU projects. So our current flagship project that is the most related to E-Rihs is Espadon. I will not give you the French acronym, but Espadon means swordfish. So hence the logo. You can understand why we have a fish as a logo. But it stands for Dynamic Analysis of Ancient and Digital Objects in Heritage Science. It's financed by the National Agency for Research for 8 years with a grant of 8.5 million euro. And most of the budget goes to developing developing new instrumentation for 2D, 3D spatialization, multi-scale, multi-temporal, and multi-dimensional analysis. So this is the main part in terms of budget, but in terms of scientific ambition, the goal is really to enable the digital transformation of heritage institutions, including the management of massive data. So within this project, we engage a lot with communities, trying to find out their needs and how we can develop both tools and digital resources to answer these needs. And this project was really enabled and designed to participate into E-Rihs DigiLab and the European Cultural Heritage Cloud that will start quite soon this year, we think. Another important point, since actually 2022, E-Rihs France is hosted by the Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine that provides financial and operative support to the infrastructure. So we have a scientific coordinator, which is Victoria Edgens from C2MF, and we provide the operational and financial support to the activities. It was formally established as a research infrastructure under French roadmap in December 2023, so we are quite happy about it. It's new. It has 16 access providers across the country, and one interesting part is that about 5 of them are not part of FSP and have had limited contacts with the rest of our members. So far, this is a way to actually complement the integrating efforts that we've been doing in our other activities. So it's financed by founding members, the Ministry of Culture, CNRS, FSP, Sergi Paris University, and the National Museum of Natural History. And this integration is complementary because it focuses on one of the 3 main parts that we have in the foundation, mainly to access providers, so our members that have scientific facilities, that have instruments, which is not the case for the Musée du Louvre directly or other museums that are not in E-Rihs France. And finally, one last activity that we carried out that helps integrating the French community with a kind of a spillover effect is actually we contribute or try to contribute in integrating the European community, and that by doing that, we also integrate our national community. I selected 3 main initiatives that the foundation is heading or contributing to. The Arch project that was mentioned several times is that this Alliance for Research and Cultural Heritage in Europe. It is a EU Horizon Europe project that plans to launch the European Partnership on Resilient Cultural Heritage. The foundation is also hosting the JPI, so the Joint Programming Initiative on Cultural Heritage and Global Change, that gathers ministries of research, of culture and funding agencies to address societal challenges in the European research area, that finances calls for projects, etc., and develop a strategic research agenda. And a different kind of initiative, but that can be directly helpful to all of us, actually, is this Heritage Research Hub that's financed by the JPICH, which is a platform, online platform, where you can find all sorts of information of the ongoing projects, the open calls for access, and calls for projects at the European level, conferences, etc. So we try to gather as much information on heritage sites as possible within this website. So this was it for my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. It is a really complex ecosystem you have in France, so I really appreciate that you have presented that at least in this way. It has helped me, at least myself, to have a better overview of that, and I hope also the people in the public. So now if you please join me here, we want to open a more, let's say, open participative, sorry, I'm tired. So after these presentations, I will ask our colleagues to give, well, I have some questions, and well, I have plenty of questions, so of course we won't have the time, but I also want to have participation for the public. So please, if at any moment you want to add something, to participate, to explain your vision, your experience from your country, or how does it fit within the different models, please do so and be an active part of this. So just to start, I was I would like you to a quick reflection on what is your vision of your structure in comparison with the others we have seen now, and how is it fitted to the purposes of the structuration of the community, of the fostering the development of the communities, and how much it is this structure is something that has been decided on opportunity, on strategic view, on that. So just a quick thought on that in relation to the other initiatives. So.
Shall we start? Okay, you?
Yeah. Well, for me, thank you very much for your presentations. For me, the French case, I didn't know much. I realize now that I didn't know much about the structure of heritage science. One question is that there are a lot of centers of conservation and labs, and are they public, are they private, or
we only have public members at the moment, and we are not looking for private members. So although we are a private foundation, every decision, every member of the governing board is public, and we are financed at the moment only with public funds.
Yeah, but my question is in the whole landscape of heritage science, that there are a lot of institutions, no, the laboratory for conservation of monuments, and all of them are well, what kind of, I mean, are different, are in public institutions, private foundations, a mix?
We have every case, but most of them are public and are financed usually in joint ventures by the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Higher Education and Research, and regions. Sometimes cities, but mostly regions. For the private actors, there is an ecosystem, but it's not so connected to that, apart from conservators restorers, which are for the most part are private and are working within these institutions, but with a scientific control of the state through usually the Ministry of Culture, but could be regions or cities as well. But in terms of research infrastructures, I could not name you a private one that really is as active as the others that I've shown here.
Okay, thank you. And for you, Constanza, I have to say we need to copy your model. We want it. I think this must be our target, no? To transform into a national institute or center. And I have some questions because in the history of the creation, you mentioned that 4 institutes were unified. But as far as I know, there are many other groups working in other institutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I forgot to mention. So as a rule, at the CNR, when a new institute is created, there is a sort of mobility. So at the moment when the Institute of Heritage Science was created, other researchers came in, and they came in from, for example, a group on geophysics, came in a group on NMR mouse, NMR spectroscopy, another group on economy for cultural heritage. And then, anyhow, we have not the intention to have inside this institute all the research that is going on and all the activity on cultural heritage, but we are acting as a sort of barycentrum, I would say, so a place where researchers that maybe are very keen, are very linked to physics, they would like to do research in an interdisciplinary way so they can link to our institute. So the idea is to be also the center of a network, internally and externally. Okay. And it's very interesting because we are also able to, from the competencies we have inside, to stimulate new research in other fields, speaking with other researchers that maybe are doing other things, but we know that now is important for cultural heritage. Just an example, we are now moving a lot toward the interaction of cultural heritage and well-being. So we are interacting with neuroscientists in other institutes, and we are trying to do this sort of catalysis of new activity in an interdisciplinary approach.
I think that it happens something similar here in the CSIC. For example, last year there was like a general question of who besides the health group is or could be linked to mental health,
yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
And cultural heritage is related to
Absolutely.
mental health.
For example, there was this last year, the 100 years of the CNR, so we organized a big event around heritage science in Florence at our house, also for the E-Rihs. And in that case, we organized some, we call academy, trying to approach new way of seeing heritage, heritage for accessibility, heritage for well-being, heritage as a driver for climate change. In this academy that we organize, we put together researchers from different fields. Also people or researchers that never approach cultural heritage, because really we need to increase the capacity of this heritage science community. I think we don't need necessarily to make all researchers being with a label, heritage scientist. I think this is going to be very difficult. I see this difficulty also inside the institute, because a person that is doing archaeology for a life see himself very well in a wide community of heritage science, because he has a rule and his competencies has a rule, but not necessarily to be called heritage scientist. So I think we have to go a little bit higher. Heritage science, if is intended as we are intending, is too large, too wide, too fluid to have a label for a professional, I would say. And this was also probably a result of or at least my thinking after the discussion we had in Bologna on the career path. I really see, sorry, then I finished that, then I stop. I really see as a sort of gel, also using a chemistry example. So in the gel, we have a little molecule that have a very specific rule, but they are able to be connected. So we have to take the careful to respect this single rule. So we have an economist, we have a neuroscientist, hopefully we have an archaeologist, so on and so far, and they have to be linked together in this wide umbrella. Otherwise, we risk to have the idea of the side of, for example, for my career, I could name myself heritage scientist because I'm doing chemistry since alive for cultural heritage, but we are going to be too small. I don't think it's what we need. I hope to be able to explain this, but for me it's very clear now.
So on that, maybe there is a difference I see between the two initiatives you have presented and our foundation is that a lot of our members would not necessarily define themselves as researchers. Actually, about half of them, probably more. They are heritage professionals for whom research is instrumental to preserving heritage or to their main mission, but research is not their main goal. They engage in heritage science, they feel that are part of the community, but would not necessarily define themselves as researchers. and for several of them have not gone through the ordinary PhD track and are not motivated by publications, etc., but really have different goals. And what we try to provide in this sort of neutral organization forum is a meeting point between these people who have very concrete questions about objects for the purpose, sometimes of knowing it more, but sometimes really because they have a conservation problem, or they need practical solution for their line of work, which involves research, but research is instrumental. This is not the main goal. For a lot of our members, for CNRS, which would be the equivalent of both of your institution, of course it is, but from museums it is less so the case. But we managed to convince them that investing in research is serving directly their goals, and this structure with no lead institution, really, because if you see the governing boards, this is quite evenly distributed between the types of institutions, especially within founding members, where you have a museum, a palace, and universities. Changes a bit the center of the balance between research and concrete heritage management activities.
Thank you. We have Commander Marta. Yeah, speak. You can speak. They will open the. Could you please open the handheld microphone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just following the comment by Monica, I think the Italian example given by Costanza is a good example, but we have at the SIC different approach, so we have to be careful knowing what are our models to follow. We shouldn't forget that in CSIC there is Institute of Cultural Heritage Sciences. So the approach has to be a bit different in our case. Also, the PTIs that you well explained, Monica, they are considered in our institution like a virtual institute. So there are several approaches depending on the local environment, no? The local ecosystem. And I think it's important to nuclei this community, but we have to see in each place different approaches.
On this regard, I would like to mention that the CNR right now is approaching the problem of being able to facilitate interdisciplinary research with a new action that is called goal-oriented organization that are very similar to the CSIC platform. I was in a group of directors that was suggesting the president for the right way to facilitate the interdisciplinary action, and I also spoke a lot with you, Marta, at that time. And now we have this, it's called GORU, it's something like platform, but the idea, if this platform are going to be working well and in a very cohesive way, eventually to be transformed in a new institute. In our case, is all what we have done together for the infrastructure, for the heritage science that enable this action more in a more active way during the 2018. Yeah, but I think this way to pass through a platform that put together inside a big institution different researchers, then eventually to be transformed in one institute, if is the case, is also very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. What I meant to say is to transform ourselves in a permanent structure, because now we are passing. I mean, this is not permanent. Let's say center, institute, or whatever.
And can I ask you why the Institute of Cultural Heritage Sciences is not part of the platform?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's part
Okay,
of it.
Ah.
Not the whole institute, but
Okay, only
Two,
some parts.
two groups, no?
yeah,
Two
the
groups.
PTI is organized by research groups.
Yeah.
So not institutes which take part, but we have two groups
And
from there.
are there the group more oriented to scientific STEM application or not?
Not, I think, well, 50-50.
Lucia.
Yeah. The microphone.
Ah, yeah, no, it is already there. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Costanza, for presenting the structure of the heritage institution within CNR, which is really making sense for more integrated work for heritage science. But you also mentioned a lot of research units within the heritage institution for archaeology, conservation, and analysis as well. So I'm asking how the funds are allocated for each research unit. It's based on the research outcomes or national priorities or project-based funding, for example? So.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, let me say that actually we do not have typically a funding, a basic funding. So the CNR has to find funding with a competitive call, first of all. At the moment of the creation of the institute, CNR decided to give a quota, a quite big quota, was more than 1 million. So we decided to use this starting grant, let's say, starting grant for the new institute, with internal call to facilitate this integration. So I asked the presentation of small project coming from a researcher with different background, and they put together for some visionary, but small, is something like seeds. And this helped a lot the process of creation of groups, new research groups, because you can imagine this was completely a revolution for them, for all us. Okay, then after this starting grant, every one of us has to go outside to find call and to win a project. So there is no an allocation of funding after this starting. And so there are groups that are more active, less active. I have to say that also, as we know, everyone is very much depending on the trend. Now the trend is about digital. So the digital innovation group is really full of budget and full of project. But from my point of view, I try to include them also the group that are coming more from humanities, because anyhow it's very important. If we have, for example, a research project for virtualization of some archaeological site or whatever, it is important to have in this action also the participation of other competencies. So I'm trying to manage this to make things more equal, let's say, yeah. But it's very much depending on the trend, yeah.
Okay, Victor.
I just would like to return a little bit of what Constanza said in terms of opportunity and time. I think we have, in terms of France and Italy, two different time schedule for the construction of these two very different. One is top down, the other one is bottom up. And I think if we try today in France to build the same thing, it's not going to work, or at least very difficult. You took the opportunity and you did it well. The Fondation Sciences du Patrimoine also. And Spain is a little bit in between the two. And we are very glad that we are in Europe and we can work together with different initiatives like the Foundation, like the CNRS, the CSIC. And I think we should try to find ways to better work even deeply than E-Rihs, because E-Rihs is very nice to make some providers and so, but to work more in specific projects working together in like a very big thematic like climate change, like green materials. We should find a way to really work together in these different targets, society targets. And this should be very, very interesting, take benefit of how you have constructed in the different countries.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. I think that's now Maria. Maria.
Thank you so much. This is so fantastically interesting. And it's, I'm finding it really interesting how you represent or how you're presenting different visions on how these integrating activities can be organized in different political systems or national research systems and similarly. And I think what we're learning, or at least I'm learning, is that there is no recipe that works for everyone. You represent 3 national bodies, research bodies, centrally funded, such as CSIC and CNR, and of course FSP, which is organized, I understand, within the Ministry of Culture. So
no,
not really, but as an independent foundation. But there are other countries where we don't have such central organizations that would support the development and integration of heritage science top down. I just wonder what your comments are on how to work in such systems, because the difficulties are very different. And I also wonder how you've managed to develop a policy debate or a policy discourse between the relevant ministries, which in some countries we're finding very difficult to initiate. The obvious ministries are science and culture, of course. Even that is difficult sometimes. But the biggest budgets are in economy. Working across culture, science, tourism, agriculture is for, at least in our country, is an enormous business. And yet, agricultural practices are also part of cultural heritage. So how we bring those sectors together on national levels, I'd like to hear from you if you've achieved that, but also on international levels, because I really think that we have a chance to work cross-sectorally. And if we achieve that, it would be just absolutely phenomenal. Thank you.
Maybe first I would like to provide a precision. So the FSP has 2 sponsors patrons that are not members. It's the Ministry of Culture, so the first one that helped us, including financially since the beginning, but they are not a member. This is very important to provide a neutral ground where any kind of public institution feels represented. Of course, we are in direct contact and almost daily contact with the Ministry of Culture, but this was important to establish a level playing field. The Ministry of Higher Education and Research is represented through CNRS, which is also not a member, but has the same level of strategic guidance and help as the Ministry of Culture. But again, choosing not to have them as the main sponsor and not saying we are part of this ministry was important, that so every partner could join, including private partners, if at the moment no, but we leave this position open. And having something too top-down with directly under the direct control of a ministry would have probably prevented us from having some important partners. About the financing, so we are financed by contributions of members on their own resources, and typically it's resources that they already had to finance PhD and postdocs, and they decided to pull together and to have a multiplier effect. Because if you take €1 from here, €1 from here, etc., if you pull them together, you have a meaningful contract that serves the objectives of each institution. So this way, but they would not have, some institutions would never have financed a PhD by themselves, but together with the other partners, this was a way to maximize and utilize the funding. We also have received for investment in equipment mainly and digital, a lot of funding directly from the states through the National Research Agency. But these were competitive grants, and FSP provided a meeting point where the different partners, together with our strategic support in writing, etc., where they could come together to get this call. So it helped forming the community, but these are long-term but still competitive goals that we need to reapply every 8 years or even less in some cases.
Thank you.
Mattia, I agree with you. I think we really should work to expand our leverage, expand our capacity to make clear that cultural heritage is a driver, not only internal, let's say, but for other big challenge we have now. You mentioned agriculture. I completely agree with you. And there are examples where research on the study of agriculture in the past is informing now for sustainable solution. And this is crystalline clear. Or more simply, research, for example, in the study of, we have internally, I like very much, research on the study of DNA of ancient grape. And this help to new producer of wine, local, to make a narrative so they can sell their wine saying this is coming from the Roman period, this is coming from, so our cultural heritage is Molon, and this can help also different type of activity, not commercial, but to enhance the capacity of region to do the market. So I put two different examples. One also simply by the narrative of what we know from the past to add value to the product in the present. And for not mentioning all the problem of climate change, but in this Europe is, and our larger community is very active. I would like to mention the Heritage Green Paper, where it is written very clear what cultural heritage can do as a driver for the change we have to pass. Yeah.
Just a few words to say that I agree with you in the sense of the added value of cultural heritage. We were talking before in the coffee break with Marian de Elegido, and she was insisting on the fact that there is, besides the richness of cultural heritage by itself, by its own knowledge, it has economic impact. That this is a task I think we have to work more, to put the figures, to say this is important because this is important, our history, our story, whatever, but there are some figures. I mean, this has an impact on, especially in a country as Spain, no, that has a lot of tourism. So perhaps this is something we have to work, and better if we work together.
Maybe there is one aspect I think we haven't replied to your question about the dialogues between ministries or any parent authorities. Fortunately, in France, we didn't have to do anything because this dialogue was already existing. But I think participating in European projects also helped creating avenues for dialogue. And all the strategic challenges really I think, helped strengthening the relation. That was already existing, so we are piggybacking on the relation, and we are consulted sometimes, but engaging, especially in European projects, helps this dialogue between ministries, I think.
Okay, so.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Nick Schiavon from Evora. I just want to make a comment and raise an issue. We have reached more or less a consensus now on heritage science. But as actually Costanza was saying, she was saying the consensus is on heritage science, but not on the figure of professional scientist. In this respect, I would like to raise an issue about higher education in heritage science, because I could see that Costanza, you also showed that there was created a PhD in heritage science, for instance, at Sapienza, and together, and the issue is employability, because we are talking about researchers that already are researchers in their own terms. What about the young people that are actually going to university and they are forming themselves in heritage science, but they cannot be called heritage scientists? So what are they? Are they called chemists for heritage that did the heritage, geologists that did heritage? So this is actually an issue of employability. So this is actually, and we discussed this with Matthias and Luca in a round table 1.5 years ago in another project that I had, which was a Marie Curie doctorate project, a European joint doctorate. So this is a problem because people are approaching heritage science and they would like to be formed in heritage science, but what are they at the end of this? What can they actually, how can they sell themselves to the market?
I can answer.
Yeah.
So currently my view, because we are changing, discussing meeting by meeting, is that one. If we agree that heritage science is a wide umbrella, so for example, is including also social science or economy, because we need it, right, Mattia? So if we agree on the fact that it's a so big umbrella, personally, I don't think we can go to a laurea in heritage science. So we need to move long life learning, master, PhD. But at the level of degree, I think we need a degree on disciplines with the capacity to be interdisciplinary, with some skill or some other courses. But we need the different disciplines. This is my current view, discussing together, because I cannot imagine a degree in heritage science, because it's going to be heritage science on heritage material science, so it has to be focused in one part of this big umbrella. Otherwise, it's impossible to do education, proper education. If we agree that it's so wide, otherwise, if it's a new type of conservation science, is another point, of course.
Maybe on that part about employability, we conducted a survey recently about the 200-ish people and that we finance, and we found that a lot of them found work in the private sector, not necessarily in heritage, and the skills they have developed because it is interdisciplinary and because they have to work in a research lab and a cultural institution, etc. They can valorize it quite well in some sectors. Consulting, for example, quite a lot of people went there, especially people with digital skills that did not have any problem finding it. The French system does not necessarily require a specific label of the PhD or degree to be able to pass entrance exam and become a state servant. So this is not as much an issue as in other countries, I think. But the fact that their PhD work was carried out in several settings really helps them valorizing certain skills, and because they know directly, they've worked in a cultural institution, what are exactly the needs of these institutions, so it's easier for them to market themselves and find positions afterwards.
Thank you. Maria, please.
Thank you very much. Hello? Okay. Maria Martin Gil from the Spanish Culture Ministry. And concerning this debate, I understand it's very complex and has many aspects. But an additional one would be, what's the target? If the target is the cultural item to be preserved, to increase the knowledge, or are we, or our disciplines? So, if the target is the cultural item, maybe the debate is, I mean, it's interesting, but it's not so important to define the real needs. Of course, then the university and jobs and so on should be open to this, to the fact that the need is it's on the cultural item. So many disciplines are needed, and it doesn't matter so much which discipline is, because it's the mixture of them, and depending on each problem. And then I have a second comment concerning the importance of funding and the relation with Mattia comment. I think that we, because this is a very nice area, very nice topic, sometimes we are a little bit naive in the sense that we trust that the fundings would come and so on. So we also have some responsibility in order to show and to give the importance to this field. In this sense, we are, Susana Alcalde, our director in the IPC, was presenting this to us this morning. We are developing at this moment and in the National Research Plan a study on the economic influence of heritage science, because we are also responsible to show the effect and to show all the aspects. And Emilio is also collaborating in this project as he's part of this National Plan Commission. And well, we don't have the results yet, but hope this to be a good tool to improve and to show to the policymakers the importance of these disciplines in plural.
Okay. Marta. No, Bronza, no. Marta.
Just wanted to comment on Matthias' comment. As I was showing yesterday, we produced under Iperion HS a report, an innovation report, and one of the recommendations was to expand the connections with other sectors. Agriculture is one, but media, Adam Gibson was also pointing out that this, media, well-being, etc. So this is clear and a strategy. We have to strengthen links with other areas that are connected with heritage. And also on the different schemes at national level, different approaches, no? This is so varied. I think we have to keep in mind GPI, Cultural Heritage, ARCH project, the Future Partnership for Resilient Cultural Heritage. These are European ample initiatives that try to unify the philosophies of different countries and their similar schemes. I think we have to support these initiatives because that's the idea, not to go to as much as possible as common approaches, no? to this sector and to this area of research. And I like very much what you said, Maria, that about the object. The important is the object, and for each particular case, different knowledges and expertises are to be known. But at the same time, We have in Spain an issue with education in heritage science, and is not, we are doing in our group now, we are doing living experiments. Laura is here. We are a laser laboratory directing a PhD on to a person who is a conservator restorer. Marina will read her PhD in a couple of weeks. So we are experiencing with that. I think these kind of initiatives help a lot to spread.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are slightly over time now, so thank you very much for your contributions. It has been a very interesting debate. Of course, we probably... No. So probably we will go out with more questions than we entered, so that's a good signal. I will take just a few ideas of all this debate. Something that has been mentioned by all your three presentations has been a strong focus on interdisciplinarity. It has been resolved in different ways depending on the context. And as Victor said, there's no single recipe for this. But I also like the idea of what Constanza said of being a body center. I think we should not forget that we need to have enough gravitational mass to attract and to have things around us. It's important to expand, but we first need, it's like a planetary system. We don't want to be a field of asteroids. We need to have a planetary system with a central star, which may be a foundation, a platform, an infrastructure. So my vision is that this might act as these central stars around which different aspects, different ideas, training, transdisciplinary collaboration, participation of public and private institutions might orbit around that. But if we don't have this central mass to cover that, we will have the problem of being spread. And this is something that we know the issues of and the problems of this approach, because it is where we are coming from. Now we have these initiatives. Now we have E-Rihs, which is very important. Now we have ARCH, the JPI, and the hopefully future partnership on cultural heritage. So I think we have advanced a lot in this way. In each country, in each context, in a different way. I'm sure we can learn a lot from the others' experiences, take those ideas that can be applied in our specific case, in our country, in our institution, or in our close environment, and by doing that, learning from the others and construct this central mass for that. So with this, I just finish this part. I just want to give the last words of these 2 days of workshops to our coordinators, Vania and Luca. If you have any further comment to make to close this, you will be welcome. Please take the floor. We will leave you. Microphone? Okay.
Well, yesterday we spent the whole workshop assessing the last 20 years. And today, it's better to think of the future. The inheritance, the legacy is established. That is that. It will never change. So let's look at the future. What I see in the future? Well, finally, I see the establishment of the E-Rih. Upcoming, hope within the year. And this will not be the end of something. On the contrary, this will be the real starting point. I would like to focus on the E-Rihs. The last session clearly demonstrated that there's something bigger than E-Rihs. It's the community of heritage scientists. And we saw examples of, finally, national organizations of this community. That, in all cases, goes beyond the national node of E-Rihs. They will contain the national node of E-Rihs. As well, but that is not new, I see that there's still a lot of imbalance between the development in different countries participating to this initiative. Of course, they need time. Time will be needed, but the E-Rihs, Eric, is coming. So my first recommendation goes to national coordinators. You absolutely need to define the nodes, and to define the nodes based on the principle that we created for E-Rihs, starting from the co-creation, so equality. Co-creation automatically implies inclusiveness, dialogue and cooperation. Inclusiveness is not an exception for not thinking to scientific excellence. We are building an infrastructure. It must be inclusive, but it needs to be excellent. Don't forget about that. And so we are still far from that point. I see very good development in France, for instance, and so please, Remy, bring my compliments to Isabel for what has achieved with this foundation. I already made to her in Paris, but this is publicly made. It's a different thing. And Victor, my compliments for the formal establishment of the French node. This is good for the future, but for the working of the infrastructure, and we saw what this is meaning in practical terms, making a big organization working to provide access, to do research, to do networking. We examined the problem yesterday. It is a huge problem, and you need a lot of organized nodes, people committed, people. You start from the people. You need committed people. Once you have committed people, you have almost everything. But you need to organize these people into nodes, into structures, and the areas will work. There's not big time today for seeing too much in the future, but I feel that I owe to you another recommendation, which is even more important, I think. We are possibly, but most probably, on the verge of a revolution, which will hit not just science and the way we do science. It will hit in deep the way we live. This is due to the new development of technology, and in special mode to these new softwares that we know under the generic and a bit pompous name of artificial intelligence. Okay, they are just softwares. And they are excellent tools. And their working operation is based only on good routines, but those are established, only on the availability of huge amounts of public data. They will not work without having the chance of exploring, investigating, mining those data. So naturally, my second recommendation for heritage science and for E-Rihs is we urgently need to provide and make accessible big data in heritage science. Otherwise, it will be very difficult that heritage science could benefit from the new tools of artificial intelligence. Nothing new. We need to go digital. This is practically, I remember, the first thing that I told to this community in maybe 2012 or 2013. We are still there. But today, this is very, very urgent because we are going there, and this is science of the future, but as I told you, probably also the life in the future. With this, my big, big wish for a successful Eric, and of course to Vanya. This is the responsible now. And and thank you.
Thank you, Luca, but have you read my notes? Because my first sentence is, the short-term objective is the ERIC. The ERIC is not an end, but it's the beginning of a new journey that roots in the story of E-Rihs community. We traced this morning and yesterday, so we are on the same page. Yes, but have also taken some notes from this morning, the speakers of this morning, and I have noted this increasingly call for questioning ourselves on how and what we can do to demonstrate our stronger impact on society, on economic value, and so on and so far. So I think actually what Luca has expressed already very well. So I think that we don't need to change what we already do very well, which is excellent science, which is to provide excellent access to cutting-edge techniques. Actually, according to me, we need to further explore these competencies, this expertise we already have, by also complementing it with the development of the DigiLab, the fourth platform. This is very important, this is crucial. And I think that we can reach this endeavor, this end goal, only by working all together, only with the contribution of the different national nodes that are working on collecting, making available, accessible digital data. We have seen the example of CSIC as well this morning, but also we have mentioned this morning the other projects at the national level that are ongoing in the sector of digital data for cultural heritage. And of course, Luca, you mentioned it, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is another ingredient we have to consider. So having said that, according to me, for the impact, we need to ask ourselves if and how we can contribute to the pressing global challenges. Climate change, but also, for instance, war, because we have several wars in this moment. And actually, according to me, we have the expertise, we have the competencies inside our community to contribute to face these global challenges. Actually, according to me, we are already working in this direction. It's just we have to build a narrative to tell the other people what we are doing in this direction, and maybe also to show some concrete examples that demonstrate our contribution to these global challenges. Also, last but not least, you already mentioned it, Luca, but also in the previous discussion was mentioned, the new generations. So we have the bigger responsibility, of course, to take care and to transmit cultural heritage for future generations, but we have also this bigger responsibility to equip the new users and the new providers with the right skills, with the right competencies to tackle these global challenges, and we can do it inside in the framework of our community of E-Rihs. So that's everything.
That's all, folks. Well, thanks, Emilio, for saying
Yeah.
Thank you. Nope, that's
No.
all.
But thanks to
Next time, maybe.
Okay, so thank you. I don't know which one is I'm speaking on this one. Thanks to all you for coming to Madrid. We know that after the pandemic, we have become a bit more lazy for traveling, and I am very happy to see most of you, of the participants in Iperion, in E-Rihs IP here, as well as participants outside these consortiums. I would like to acknowledge here the contribution of my colleagues at CSIC in the organization of this, especially my colleagues at my lab, Blanca, Teresa, Mark, and Sarah, who have done a huge effort for the organization of the event. I apologize for the mistakes we have made, the errors. I'm sure there have been. We wrote Luca with 2 C's. This was one of them.
A bit too many of Adams, but
That's another issue. I'm sorry for that. I hope, in spite of that, you have enjoyed this day. So thank you very much. Just as a final comment before closing, part of the group is ending, another part is continuing for internal meetings of E-Rihs IP. So we will finish in the meetings here in this hall, and for the party working on E-Rihs IP, we will move now to another place, to Pinar, to another halls we have there. Smaller, more convenient, not so nice as this one, but probably more convenient for the work we're having. So that's all. Thank you. Thanks to all you for attending. Thanks to our coordinators for all the work they have done for this. Thank you.
One last comment on behalf of Polonza. For those who are attending the ICNN meeting, please stay. We will have the meeting in Pinar, 25. We will go there. It will start sharp because we have a lot of a very dense agenda, and we have accumulated some delays. And this morning we prefer not to have the same in